back. Back. المنطقة شايلها انت فاهم؟
جابوا مش مشكلة خلاص.
Fine. Mr. Lamestream, Senator Patty. Lady ready. Good morning. Jimenez, good morning. Pumpkin Reed. Pig. Regina Bass. Green Mountain Bush Crab.
You like popsicles? I got a whole freezer full of popsicles.
Or Bubba. Back from my water, yo. I'll be right. Simon's got a weird meow this morning. I don't know, man. He didn't eat very much last night. Cat food bag. I'm gonna go in and feed them. I'm gonna throw away the food and try again.
يا محمود. خذ يا ابو كنان.
Man, they hit the good area of town. Yeah, that is pretty close.
وين كمامات؟ وين كمامات من الساعة؟ كمامات وين؟ في كمام بالبيت.
They got two different kinds of food. They got it separated so I can tell which one he likes and which one he doesn't like. So far he's going in on the lamb. He hasn't touched the venison. He's eating though.
And the dream, which there's some foreign offices. The building behind us.
Yeah, man, those are crazy close. Did he get the? He didn't get the first one on the stream, did he? Oh dang, did this one get it? English. They're tripping out. They're trying to leave, I think. That dude is. This dude got it. Hold up. Where'd he go? What the fuck did I just do? Oh, it's because... Wait, what the... Bruh, where'd it go? I just... Back here? Dude, it's what we're hearing right now. I don't understand what... Go. How did this guy get it? Dude, that's crazy. Damn, it started a fire like instantly. Missed a fire. Man, just that alone would be brutal, dude. Having to breathe through all that. I'd have been in here, I'd have had this one out. Hopefully they're gonna stay there. Still there. They didn't eat much though. Not a good sign. I don't know what the deal is. Oh shit! That one landed in the water, dude. What are they doing? There's nothing even... Israel need to get their aim game up, bro. What the fuck was that? Almost landed on the ocean. I mean, it's pretty jacked up, bro. How you gonna miss a whole building and almost hit a boat and all that water? What do you tell your insurance with that one? Whoa! Dude, they're actually trying to hit something out there. They must be trying to hit this boat or something, bro. Because they're right next to that boat. What if these were meant for that boat too, but they accidentally hit the building? They're like, God dang it! That's 7 shot. Go hit the fucking boat, soldier. Stop. If you hit another building, that's where the rich people live. That's it. Give me the controls. Oh, took another one out there near that boat, dude. I'm glad I rewound this to see this because this is interesting, man. They're actually aiming for one of those boats. Would have never thought that was actually a thing. At least last night when that boat was on fire, that was probably intentional. I haven't seen a boat move since this thing started, though. Look at that, dude! 2 at once into the water. It seems like they need to practice more because the damn target's not even moving and they can't hit it. Jeez. What? Dude. Whoa, 2 again. Well, they hit that one that time. Maybe they know that's like one of Hamas's boats and they're just trying to piss them off. Like one of the leaders of Hamas has a boat that he likes to go out in. Oh, silent weed, dude. Oh well, man, he needs to lose weight anyway. Alright, later Joe, we're done. Hey, welcome guys. We're gonna have Janet Lewis. They were to destroy their seaport. Oh, is that it? I haven't seen anybody coming in and out of that port since this whole thing started. They're not doing a very good job at it. That's what they're going for. They're pretty much just hitting water every time. Except for that one, man. That one, they got a good hit on. Well, maybe that does look like it might be the refueler area, possibly. I can't tell now. Could be the gas station. Catch up. Oh, wow, that was cool looking. What the hell, it didn't do anything. I liked it though. Do it again. It's like fireworks on water. See if you can skip one. Skip it over the land area. That'd be sweet. Into the ocean. Bing. It's not happening. I think they're done now. Their commander told them to stop wasting ammo. That was embarrassing showing of whoever the hell was aiming that thing. They need to send him back to school, dude. It's almost as if they're just trying to scare the people in the rich neighborhood by shooting shit over their heads. Because they can hear that probably whistling above them. It's weird. Like an intimidation thing. Because, dude, those things are deadly accurate. They can hit exactly what they want. They do, you know what I'm saying? They used to be able to aim mortars back in World War I. They definitely can aim that thing perfectly. All the information we got nowadays with the computers and telling us the wind and the humidity and the salinity and the whatever fucking temperature at different altitudes. They just pop some shit in, pop, it tells us exactly. It seems like more like an intimidation thing. Because they didn't really mess much up. Like they could have. Like if they would have hit this little cluster right here or something with something. Hit any clusters of boats. You know what I mean? If they were really that bad at aiming, they could just aim for like a block of boats. They really just want to mess something up. It was at least to get that one maybe, or just intimidate. Because those things sounded pretty crazy whistling through the air. I can imagine in person it's even crazier. Is that it? Okay, so we go back to the crazy dudes. They make it all more exciting. Oh, he's eating, I can hear him chomping. Can't tell which one he prefers more. I gotta put them in separate bowls. He just licked them all into one mush of meat. He can't even help himself, can he? It looks like he preferred the lamb more than the... I don't fucking know, man. Shit. Bro. I think he preferred the lamb. Just gonna leave it there for a while so you go eat the rest, so. Okay, prepared the lamb. Yeah, yeah. Bummer. I have more of the venison in there. I have like 2 cases of venison. I gotta figure out what to do with it. It just goes quiet. We're gonna shoot at your harbor, and then we're just gonna let you think about that. Those things just whistled over the entire city, pretty much, right? But depending on where they came from. Like if they came from the north, northeast. Like, right? The further they shoot that, the flatter the trajectory can be. So it can intimidate more of the city. So if they're shooting that from the northeast corner of Gaza, down to the harbor, which is on the southwestern area, they can get a nice like diagonal, long, low trajectory going over a lot of the city to freak people out. Like if it was really close to them, you'd have to shoot like above the building, so it'd have to be a really high trajectory, wouldn't it? That works, man. Simon is not eating. That was the ship? You think that was the ship, brother? Maybe. Well, if that's the case, that's even worse. Maybe, well, I mean, maybe it's the ship just trying to intimidate by shooting at their water. Because, like, the ship, they can definitely hit perfectly. Dude, he's not eating, he's just meowing at me. Meow, bud, meow. Just fucking eat, dude. Please. Oh, it's not there yet? Never mind. And then it's these people, so I feel better about it. Well, Simon, I'm glad you decided to go on a diet. It's good for you. Okay, it's definitely going to the lamb. He's eating a little bit more of it now, though. Oh, he just took a big bite out of the venison. Like that one. Like that one. Oh, no wonder. No wonder, dude. These fucking guys have it muted. Oh no, I have it muted. Damn it! Sorry about that, man. No wonder it wasn't any good. Now it's better. That wind was horrible.
زي ما في الموضوع لما نشوف.
See what the newest news says. Lebanese army announced the discovery of the platform from which missiles were launched towards northern Israel. Hamas 1 hour ago says, we call on the Arab and Islamic nation and the international community to oblige the opening of the crossings to support the Gaza Strip with its needs. Want to open the border, open the crossing up. Israeli gunboats fire shells towards the shores of Khan Yunis and Rafah 1 hour ago. That must have been it. Their gunboats. Israeli warplanes bombed the National Bank, the center of Khan Yunis. There was a shooting near Jerusalem an hour ago. The civilian was injured. The attacker was neutralized.
خاصة بلاد وين هو بلاد؟ خاصة بلاد اقف يا بلاد هذا الدفاع بتقدر
Ashkelon got hit a couple hours ago. That's Israel. There was an impact. Injuries. I don't see it there being a death. Let's watch an intercept. Let's watch it intercept. So big. I don't want to. I want it to be. Oh my god. I gotta have it huge. So janky looking. Why can't I fucking pop it out, dude? That's it. That was crappy, dude. Been way better a year ago. Tel Aviv. That was a waste of my time, bro. All this shit for that. I feel like I just got like fireworks, but the only one that I'm able to do is one of those popper things. Pop. Hey, look, I did a firework. Pop. Hey, the paper came out. It's a party. I'm ready to party. Party and I'll cry if I want to. On that bar.
بس حرق ده بيوقع بيعمل حرارة.
Oh, Israeli site near Al Jadar was targeted by Hezbollah with guided missiles. Hours ago. Cairo is moving to prevent a mass exodus from Gaza to Sinai. Hours ago.
كل يوم تعال.
Oh. Lebanon, man. Hezbollah. Oh shit, Chief of Gaza Energy Authority 3 hours ago. The power plant in Gaza will cease operations entirely at 1400. 1100 Zulu time. How much longer we got till that happens? What time is it there? It's 3:49 p.m. so the power's already out. It went out about 2 hours ago. Shit. Hopefully these dudes got solar. Hopefully they have solar, man. They have to. Got that TV on in the background or something. News on the last page.
الدورة بنزينة كده أبو محمد. أيوة. راح بتطمن على روحه. الدخان ده كنت وش قلت لك. اللي محدش يضحك.
Alright, alright, alright. Get on with. Woo. Oh, that's first. That's all greasing up on me. I left it out way too long. But look at this. The trikes are like straight oil now. Oh my god. I was supposed to put this back in the freezer probably half an hour ago. Gooey goodness. Alright, okay. Oh my gosh, I can't get it out of here.
صورتوه الشباب كانوا بيجيبوا ابو احمد؟ ايه؟
Going at 433 Fahrenheit on, I don't know what strain this is, I forgot. Oh, White Tahoe cookies. White Tahoe and, I don't know, some other strain. Cookies in it. Living soil. Bugs in the soil. Mycelium fungus. It's supposed to make the weed better, more flavorful. Let's go. Nothing but vapor. I feel bad even breathing it out. Shit. You can hold it in forever, you know? Forever. You can even exhale this, put it in a bag, hand it to your girlfriend, and have her inhale it, and it can get her high first thing in the morning. It's wild. I tried it once with a girl, but I just blew my exhale of a dab into her mouth first thing in the morning. She inhaled it from my exhale, and she got baked from it. So if you're a couple that's on a budget and you don't mind inhaling each other's breath, I think it wasn't a budget thing for us. That we just wanted to see if it would work. I wanted to see it. She went along with it. Weirdo. Oh yeah, Jonah, you're making videos. What are you making videos for? Do you sew? Are you a sewer? Nancy's a sewer. She's gonna start sewing for us. What are you talking about, Pete? You're fucking crazy. You know you're not banned if your words come up right here. This streak actually crazy, oh, you should have banned her. Hey, we're done. Just playing, dude. I was trying to see if she'll say something. You could just go along with it, Lane. Lane, dude, she'd probably take offense to it and think everybody hates her. come in here with your spurs on. Boy. Yeah, good boy. Ooh, oh, I still don't know which one you like. But we're gonna get through this time. Can't do it. Now he wants a dab. He's looking at this. He wants them. I'm still in this fight. You're not fucking 1-2 punching this dude. Let's go. Ding ding. I feel like Popeye the Sailor Man. Here's my spinach. Dude, I'm only at 430 Fahrenheit right now. This shit's tearing me up. Hold. 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 Almost eating all this food, dude. Actually, so I'm happy. Actually happy. Allah Akbar. I like salami. Ooh. Hey, did you hear those cats fighting the other night? I think somebody was kicking a cat down there. I wonder if they're cat kickers. Dude, Taylor posted something on his Instagram saying he's got a kitten now. Kinda cute. He was here yesterday. That guy's in the Navy. He's in Bahrain right now. Apparently he's got a Pyrenees cat. Cute little thing was following him around. I don't know if he was serious, but it was definitely following him. Oh, Billy. Let's see it. I got a cat now. Thank you.
حاضر.
هو منها هوايه طلع 8 هوايه
لا لا مش
It definitely was digging it.
يعني مش ال10
One food, bro.
السيارات بتاعتهم في الشوارع
Poor little feller.
وبدأوا يتحركوا في مصر والمكان مصر منطقة الرمال كلها
They call him PMW. Good morning. I think Simon was about that big when I found him. Maybe a little smaller, but remember he was smaller than my foot, so I got big feet though. Yeah, he was probably smaller than that guy. And
شمال قطاع هذه المناطق صعب التحرك
World Food Program a few seconds ago says, we call for opening humanitarian corridors to bring aid into the Gaza Strip. Yeah, okay. Hezbollah issues a statement 4 minutes ago saying the United States is a full partner of Israeli aggression on the Gaza Strip. Hezbollah also says that it holds the United States fully responsible for the airstrikes that are killing civilians in Gaza. What the fuck are you gonna do about it, buddy? Yeah, it was us. Do something. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna blow a stadium up now or some shit? You gonna activate the cell? Beep! That's what we should be the most concerned for, because the way we've been letting people flood our border, dude. They definitely have people here. Alright. Hezbollah is going to be like, do it. Do it. I'm not leaving. I'm staying right here. Hopefully they don't do a dirty bomb in LA County or some shit. Fuck, man. They're going to try to hit a populated place, so they hit as many people as possible. So probably will hit here if they do something. A dirty bomb too. That'd be what they would probably do, because they would like to have a dirty bomb. You don't need the same hard to get material, but it would still be pretty. There's a movie about it called. God, let me look it up. It's pretty good. Bomb movie. Let's see. You know what I'm talking about? Right at Your Door is the name of it. A dirty bomb goes off in Los Angeles, jamming freeways and spreading a toxic cloud. I've seen it. The cloud like had this virus or bacteria in it that I don't want to give away the movie. It's a pretty wild movie. I'll put the link for the IMDb. It could happen anywhere though. Like it's like a dirty bomb. It's like radiation almost. Like that. It could come in through your air vents, your windows, your doors. Yeah, it's pretty like scary shit to think about. If you know about it, it could happen. And they would definitely use bioweapons on us, dude, because they don't give a shit. not a good time to live in LA, is it? Man. At least I have a fast car. Dude, if anything happens though, it'll lock up all the interstates. Dude, I'll be stuck here. You have to have a boat to get out. Run to Mexico. Let us in. Get the fuck back, gringo. Won't let us in, eh? Whoa. Twitter, holy shit, we need to figure out how to get that organized there. I can't decipher it, I tried twice. Really for that shit. Oh damn, man, I'm sitting here still haven't gotten it, dude. You must work around people. What's wrong with people, man? Stop sneezing everywhere and shit. Here's the thing, dude. You should tell your coworkers this shit too, dude. Give them some unsolicited advice if you see them coughing into their hand like this or into their fucking arm, right? All that's fucking stupid. Any of that. None of that. Don't do any of that. This right here. Put their fucking face inside their shirt. Put it all inside of here. I was in a program where we were in a confined space for drugs and alcohol. It was a program for drugs and alcohol. We lived in a confined space, and it was ran by psychologists, and there were nurses in there and stuff too. But that's how they made us do things. The VA ran program too, so it was government also. They made us do that, as well as if like we'd had to watch each other and make sure we washed our hands, and if we didn't, we'd had to rat each other out in group actually for not washing our, like some kids and shit. It was that serious. You gotta drill this shit into people. They're stupid. They're like, man, dude, going to Costco, I'm like in there paying really close attention to who's coughing where. If someone's like, you know what I mean, they just sneeze right there in front of me or some shit, I might not walk through that. They say it stays airborne for like a while. The mist or whatever. It stays there. People are forgetting like what we just went through with COVID, I think. And they're getting stupid again and relaxed and touching their face and, you know, eating samples in Costco after touching the damn cart. Like, what are you doing, bro? You lady? You're disgusting. Don't touch your food with your hands after you done touch the cart. But you had done that 3 years ago when everybody was freaking out thinking we were all going to die? Why didn't they just stay with those habits that we all learned? Well, that's how we stay well. You didn't learn shit. A lot of people didn't learn shit, man. Average IQ is 100, so that's saying that there's a lot of people below 100. Because we got a lot of people above 100. There's actually a bunch of idiots here. We're not the smartest country. I mean, you see the smarter countries, they're the Asian countries. They're wearing masks before we even had COVID. They're being more hygienic already. Japan is, one that I'm mostly thinking of, but even like, Singapore, there's a few pretty nice Asian countries. But even Thailand and Philippines were using those masks before we were. And they shit in the floor. They like have a hole in the floor in the Philippines. They just shit into it. That's one thing that kept me from going on vacation there with my girl. Got family out there. I was like, whoa, what? I gotta shit in the floor? Like, yeah, it's natural. Squatted. Skipped the Philippine trip this year. So there is no good reason to go to a hospital unless you're a patient. There is, though. Volunteer. They need volunteers, man. At least they do at the VA to escort, to push people around in wheelchairs from appointment to appointment, or from the pods, or where people are the hospices, I think is what it is. And they have the people that are there for like a week or two after surgery, getting rehabilitated. They have to go to physical therapy. There's the occupational therapy patients. There's the dialysis patients. Thanks. If you ever want to volunteer someplace, the VA needs people. Every VA needs people. You have to get vetted though. You get a free lunch though from the cafeteria. Pretty sweet. Public buttons never bothered you? Why not, dude? What? Those are, dude. If you wipe that and put it on a petri dish, it'll probably go crazy with all kinds of colors. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was a dumbass kid at one point where I would just grab pieces of gum off the floor and chew it. Like used gum off the grocery store floor. My mom would be like, where'd you get the gum from? That's disgusting. I can't believe I did that. Nothing. Like I'm glad I don't remember it. My mom told me about it. Do a lot of kids do that? Hey, do any of you guys have a kid, or when you were a kid, you chewed gum off the floor? You're retarded right now. Sorry guys, I'm retarded. Like, no. Kid's smarter than that. Oh, that's where I got my COVID immunity. That's the trick, man. Let your kids just rummage through and do whatever. Play in the dirt. All that. I let them run around barefooted outside. We lived in a different time, man. Parents have gotten super protective, huh? But I mean, my parents got a little. One time I sat on a fucking fire ant mound apparently, and that got them all in my diaper. They found me screaming with fire ants like all inside everything. So there's some plus and minuses to let your kid just roam around. Keep an eye out. Also, kid eats off the floor. Dude, he probably throws his crust from his sandwich onto the floor for the kid to pick up and eat. I went up to you. I'm sorry. He hates the crust though. He does feed it to his kid. It's just so wild that he gives the kid the crust, like the kid's got a tougher mouth than he does or something.
هو ساكت رصدها كده الثاني.
I just don't like the crust, Mama. Cut it off for me. Dude, I remember my mom used to cut it in fours, cut the sandwich in fours. I used to like that though. It was pretty nice. Like four little mini sandwiches. Yeah. I think that's how I got chickenpox too. Somebody had it, and they were like, "Well, we should go and get John to get it, get him over here, get over with." Because they thought back then it was safer to get it when we were younger than older. But now they're saying you shouldn't do that because you end up getting shingles or some shit later on, possibly. Well, they are practicing medicine. They'll get it one day. That's why with COVID, I was kind of like, okay, I'm gonna hold back on this one, okay? Because I remember that stuff like that, you know, stuff just like that, where they're like, hey, go in and do that, and then now they're like, hey, no, you probably shouldn't do that. Yeah. Okay. Well, then now they're gonna tell us like 10, 20 years from now, you probably shouldn't take that COVID vaccine. Shit. No. Wait. And it was all super sketch anyway with how it all rolled out. With California was like, get a $100 cash card, get entered into $1 million sweepstakes. Like, what? All my life, they ain't never offered some weird shit like that to go get some vaccination. And how, man, all of that was just so crazy. Masks and shit, thought it was gonna last forever. Like I was saying, people need to go back, at least be that hygienic. They get too relaxed. Okay, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Minister of Defense Benny Gantz agreed to form an emergency unity government. What does that mean? Israeli army, the Air Force struck a Hezbollah reconnaissance site in response to cross-border shooting 2 minutes ago. The Islamic Jihad movement, aka Hamas, announces the implementation of intensive missile strikes against Tel Aviv, Ashdod, Ashkelon, and the towns surrounding the Gaza Strip 4 minutes ago. Hezbollah says aircraft carriers will not intimidate resistance factions prepared for confrontation until victory and complete liberation are achieved. It's in fucking Arabic. It takes me a second. Missiles are intercepted in Tel Aviv area without being preceded by sirens. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. That happened 16 minutes ago. They didn't get a warning. The warning system didn't work for some reason. Either that or some dude's like, shut that fucking thing off, man. Shut that. Ishmael. No, not Ishmael. Muhammad. Shut the thing. No, it is Ishmael. Ishmael. I'm sick of hearing that thing. I forgot we were in Israel. I gotta get my people right. Ruins everything if I don't get the people right. We don't have anything for Jerusalem or Tel Aviv like last time. We had awesome shots, man, of the Iron Dome doing its thing last time. U.S. House Republicans vote to nominate next speaker. Good for them. Finally, hurry up. U.S. Defense Secretary Austin holds a press conference in Brussels. What's he doing? Talking about? What's the Defense Secretary doing? I'll put him up there. Let's see when they come on. What's going on? Dude, remember when we used to watch The Knife Salesman? The jewelry. The rock salesman on Facebook. They're still going right now, probably. I bet they're slinging rocks right now. What's this? Just curious. If I wanted to fucking find a live Asian rock seller right now, because I just got a hankering for a rock, I'm gonna see. rock selling could be put on hold right now.
What?
Oh, nope, I found one. Do you want some rocks? This guy's got some rocks right here. See what you
Of
got.
course. See,
Ah.
color here have several pieces. Let me show you. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Tell me which one. Here I have 9 pieces.
I just had to show you that. If you ever want a rock, you know where to go. From who sent you. I do my part for the rock salesman out there. I'm a rock salesman. Yo, we got a fresh fish. They're still kind of loud, aren't they? Sorry if I just blared that. I need to do something about everything. My sounds are all whacked out. I'm trying to get the most out of this, so I have everything kind of gained up. Got that little.
برج ايش؟
شو اسمه؟ برج الكرمل. برج الكرمل.
كله ولا شو قال؟ كله ولا شو قال؟ كله شو تحت ايوه غلط.
Damn, dude. It really messed that building up. There's somebody up there. Oh, wait. Damn, dude, I thought that was somebody like with a thing up there, like trying to be like, stop shooting at my house.
There you go.
That's crazy, dude. That was just a house, like a. That's so much money right there, right? That's probably $1 million. Well, I don't even know, dude. That's wild how just one hit is pretty much. They're gonna demolish that, aren't they? So why is it so smoky in this guy's camera? Did it? Wait a second. How close is he to it? can't move or something?
مش هسه أنا كاتب الشفاء برج الكرمل خلي عليك
That is pretty close, dude. That's why. And then it just... What's that? Dude. And he's been gone ever since. What the f... Oh. Right, that's... But... How far is he from that? That's the one that we just saw. Get it from the other angle. Alright. Wind noise, man. Okay, so he's on this side of that building. No, he's on the other side. Because here's this one here. It must be over here? Over here? Is he in this building, maybe? This one? Yeah, he's in one of these. This building must have the same color on this other side back here. But this is this. So looking from this direction, this would be on the left side.
تبع ابوك هيو عنده وصل عشان ينزل لي اياه شهاده. رامين وينك؟ شهاده تنزل لي
I wonder if this has something to do with prayer directions, like the direction you face when you pray. So it's got these things on it.
بياخدوا أبطال تخصص بالمنطقة أحسن شيء يعني هذا تعطوه إذا بدك تروح بس إذا بدك تضل ما تتحركش خلاص بس في جامد عشان تعمل خلاص ما توترهوش بكفي اللي هو فيه
هذا إذا شخص ما صارش عنده
اسمع كل زمن من هذه الصورة الجوية كل مخلوق جوية
Gaza's sole power plant ran out of fuel an hour ago. This morning, 5:41. This is the last news update they gave us. MVP.
الناس إذا قال لك ارجع وتضلك هنا طول الليل فهمت؟ بتوترهوش يعني
Netanyahu and Gantz will make a statement. Oh wait, a bunch of them. Israeli's unity government, Gantz, Eisenkot, and Sar will be sworn in as kosher. Gantz, Eisenkot will join a smaller security cabinet, including Netanyahu, Gallant, and Ron Dimmer. Netanyahu and Gantz will make a statement this evening. I don't really understand much of that, except for they're going to make a statement tonight. Here, I'll show you it. You can look yourself. It doesn't make any sense. It's going to be kosher. Kosher. Richard. Oh no, man, Richard. Probably sleeping, right? He was busy this morning. Be right back. It's time to suit up. You almost ate all of it.
What's your snack pack?
Yeah.
One day I woke up, realized I was here, didn't want to be drowning in my tears. I'd reach out to everyone, but nobody would respond. I'd go out into a crowd, but not an eye blinked to my sound. I'm just a ghost moving around, raise a toast, turn around. Blink, don't blink, talk, don't talk, respond if you think. A glimpse of me you caught. No, nothing, that's what I thought. Good, 'cause I can't be bought. I'm just a ghost moving around. Like the spirit of God, the Most High. Nod, I won't sigh. You'll hear me if you listen. You'll see me if you look. But I'm easier to ignore than before the Lord. You'll hear me if you listen. You'll see me if you look. But I'm easy to ignore. I'm the good book. 66 is my number. 666 is his number. Read the 66 or take the 666. Free will is all we really have in a world that gone so bad. Don't cry for me. I'll do plenty of crying for you. Where you spend eternity is completely up to you. I'm a ghost moving around, always ignored, till that trumpet sound.
Dude, that's that fresh newness from Outlaw Reform Ministries. Got the 8 views, been up 53 minutes. Anybody liking it? Man, I'm gonna throw them that like. That was fucking hard, bruh. My first like. First like. Got sweet in the pot. I'm his biggest fan, dude. But it sounds like there's a demon in the back. That's probably what he's going for, but is he the demon? Might be the demon. It makes me want to screech. So that's one thing it might be.
وين
Hey, you want to see what they're saying in their chat? They're saying all kinds of stuff. Now you know as much as I know.
ثواني.
تمام الحمد لله الحمد لله الحمد لله بس بكلمك على وجه
Looks vertical, man. Hour and 20 minutes.
I thought I was your snack pack.
I don't even pay attention to what's happening, dude. He's too busy absorbed in his own little world. He's getting his ministry and whatever. Whatever he's building out there. Some kind of commune or something. Cult commune. For the Oklahoman pedos. Or for people just to move there, to live with them in Oklahoma, so they get something out of it, being a non-profit organization. They're up to something.
قولوا كيف هي
هيا ابويا ارجع، هيا ابويا ارجع، هيا ابويا ارجع، هيا ابويا ارجع.
مش عارف كده.
قول ابويا على المباشر بس.
Already invaded, Bob. They're here, dude. They have cells here that are ready to activate and blow some shit up. For sure. Too many people have flooded our border to think to be that fucking stupid or naive, whatever word you want to use for it, to think that they're not here. Probably just getting the numbers up. 9/11 didn't happen overnight. They trained to be pilots and all kinds of shit, dude. Like, they knew what they were doing. They're working up to something probably, and it could happen this year because our president's a retard. He's a little retarded. The first time I've actually looked at a video, I was like, damn, our president ain't all there, man. Like, the fuck? Like, Bush was one thing. I know Bush Jr. or whatever, the dude was a goofball. But Biden's not all there, man.
شيل اغراض يعني احمد شيل هذا مش مشكله.
George Santos. Santos, huh?
شوف عمك اخوانك طلعوا انا جاي. انا دقيقه بسيطه، دقيقه ونص دقيقه، في مربى هذا. المياه بدش يا راجل.
Bob's got all the swagger. Bob's got all the swagger. Sasa Lizdek says, the world went to hell. There's only war. Lady, or whatever you are, war has always been part of our life, man. Cavemen would war with each other, would war over caves. I mean, it's fucking, we're savages. Everybody wants what they want for themselves, man. What has happened to the people? What has happened to humanity? I think pretty much the same. We just have bigger weapons. I should have taken the trash out if I was going to take it out. The sidewalk's about to be all wet. It's already in like right now. Oh man. Turn on right when I was looking out.
Middle Michigan.
The big question, of course, is whether or not a second front opens up here on the southern border of Lebanon. We have, as I was saying, seen a war before in 2006 between Hezbollah and Israel.
To the decisions they need to make.
The horror for is terror. From the emergency actors were breached to take advantage of our
where Hezbollah have been launching missiles into Israel. But first, to Jerusalem, and our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle. Alistair, bring us up to date on that news that I just brought viewers a short while ago about the formation of this unity government.
Yeah, the talks and negotiations have been going on over the last couple of days. There have been a number of sticking points to its formation. I think most notably the far-right politician who's currently the National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir. But Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, managed to get his coalition on board with it, and then it was a case of bringing in Benny Gantz. Now, Benny Gantz, for those who don't know him, is the former Israeli Defense Minister up until last year. He's a former IDF Chief of Staff, so a very senior Israeli general in the past, but he is now the most popular opposition leader in Israel at the moment, according to the polls. Were there to be an election anytime soon, it is likely, it's certainly possible, that he could be Israel's next prime minister. And so he and Netanyahu are political rivals, but in this time of crisis, Netanyahu has brought him into his war cabinet, and I think a lot of people will see the introduction of Gantz as a wise head, an experienced war fighter through battles past, and hope that it helps bring some sort of clarity and sensible thinking to the decisions they need to make over the coming days and weeks. So he will now sit in that war cabinet that still needs to be approved by the Israeli Knesset, the Israeli parliament, but one assumes that will be a formality, and so this unity government, this emergency wartime cabinet that had been mooted, is now looking like a reality.
Okay, Alistair, for now, thank you for that. Let's go to southern Lebanon and bring in Alex Rossi. Alex, good to have you with us. So tell us, what's the situation there on that border? There are reports of more rockets being fired.
Yeah, Hezbollah fired rockets into Israeli territory earlier today. You can see Israel behind me. You may be able to just make out that dirt road down there. That is the border there. The smoke over there is from clashes from yesterday. Rockets struck over there, and of course the Israeli Defense Force has also been returning fire. This is the fourth day that this has happened. It's relatively quiet now, it should be said. But of course, the danger is that it could escalate much further. And if you look at the rules of engagement that have been established between both sides since 2006, the ante is slowly being upped each time. It started on Sunday with an attack by Hezbollah on an Israeli radar station. That was in a contested area, a disputed area of land. But the rockets and missiles that have been fired since then have gone into Israel proper. And of course, they have responded, the Israeli Defense Force, as I was saying. Now, you've also had a loss of life on the Hezbollah side. At least 3 Hezbollah militants have been killed. Fighters from the Palestinian Islamic Jihad have also been killed as well. Well, they were killed when they infiltrated into Israel, and an IDF soldier has also been killed. So you can see that things are slowly moving in the wrong direction. Now, the big question, of course, is whether or not a second front opens up here on the southern border of Lebanon. We have, as I was saying, seen a war before in 2006 between Hezbollah and Israel, extraordinarily destructive. We're not at that point yet, but of course the concern is that that could happen.
Alex in Lebanon, do appreciate the reporting. Thank you for that. Over there, and Alistair in Jerusalem. Let me bring you a little bit of breaking news. It concerns British Airways. Now, British Airways, of course, the UK's flag carrier, said that it was changing its schedule, but was still flying to Israel. Now, in the last couple of minutes, it's reported that a flight has diverted from London to Tel Aviv due to security concerns. So many other flag carriers have decided to stop flying into Israel, or at least suspend some of the flights for a spell. British Airways have continued, but reported now that a flight from London to Tel Aviv has diverted due to security concerns. It's not clear yet from the reporting exactly where that flight has diverted to, but as soon as I get those details, I'll bring them to you. And I want to just show you as well this picture from the Twitter account, or X account rather, of the British Foreign Secretary James Cleverly. As we said, he is in Israel now to show, in the Foreign Office's words, the UK's unwavering solidarity with the people of Israel. And as you can see from the tweets there, James Cleverly saying, "We stand with Israel. I'm here today to show the UK's support for the Israeli people is unwavering." So James Cleverly there in Israel, meeting people, meeting Israelis, and of course he will be holding meetings and conversations with Israeli government figures. As we were just bringing you at the beginning of the hour, unity government has been formed between Benjamin Netanyahu and Benny Gantz, and it is expected that the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is going to be in Israel as well this afternoon, and I'm sure all of those senior politicians will be together at some point to discuss the ongoing situation in Gaza. Now, Pope Francis has called for the immediate release of the hostages that were taken by Hamas at the weekend. Speaking during his weekly address, he expressed his concern for the innocent victims of the conflict.
Continuo a seguire con dolore.
I continue to follow with pain and apprehension what is happening in Israel and Palestine. So many people killed and others injured. I pray for those families who have seen a day of celebration transformed into a day of mourning. I ask that the hostages be released immediately and say that whoever is attacked has the right to defend himself. But I'm very worried about the total siege under which the Palestinians in Gaza are living, where there are also many innocent victims.
Pope Francis there expressing his concerns about the innocent victims of this fighting. Now here, the King has asked to be kept across all developments in Israel and Gaza. Our royal correspondent Laura Bundock reports.
Many have been questioning why we hadn't had any official statement from the King or indeed from Buckingham Palace. But this afternoon we now have some words from a palace spokesperson saying that His Majesty is appalled by and condemns the barbaric acts of terrorism in Israel. Goes on to say that this is a situation His Majesty is extremely concerned about, and he has asked to be kept actively updated. His thoughts and prayers are with all of those suffering, particularly those who have lost loved ones, but also those actively involved as we speak. Now, a little earlier, we were at a briefing at the Palace, which was talking about the King's upcoming state visit to Kenya, and it was asked of the Palace spokespeople there what the response would be. Was there a response? And we were simply told that it was at the forefront of his mind at the moment, but much more detail now and stronger language too. This isn't an official statement from the King, and it's interesting because as head of state you would perhaps have expected something 5 days after a significant global event. To give you an example, you might remember the recent bus crash in Venice in Italy. The king within a couple of days had issued a statement offering sympathy and support to the Italian president. But I think the fact we are 5 days on and there hasn't been anything official in terms of words from the king does suggest and speak to just how significant and how sensitive the situation on the ground is. There had been talk recently that the king may visit Israel next year. If he did, he would become the first British monarch to do so. The late Queen never did, and he did a visit as Prince of Wales in 2020. William and Kate visited in 2018, but as I say, no British monarch ever had. He is, though, closely involved with the situation. He, at the time, met different politicians, different religious groups when he visited. He is well aware of the situation there. But like I say, no official response from the king yet, although strong words from the palace. Whether or not we get more words, whether or not there is another statement, another gesture, we will have to see. The king is due to hold an event here at Buckingham Palace tomorrow, but whether something comes sooner, as I say, we will see.
Laura Bundock reporting there from outside Buckingham Palace. Now, the United States, as well as being Israel's, of course, main ally, is sending weapons and is trying diplomatic channels to make sure there is not a overreaction to the incident that took place at the weekend. Let's go to the US and bring in our US correspondent Mark Stone for the latest on this. So, Mark, I know Antony Blinken's on his way to the region. What's the latest from there?
Well, let's get the latest from the White House spokesman, Admiral John Kirby, joins me now. So we've got a little bit of time with you. Thank you. Let's talk about American involvement, first of all. Antony Blinken is on his way now. What's the purpose specifically of that visit? Will he meet Netanyahu?
I don't know what his exact schedule will be when he gets on the ground. Certainly, he is going to be conveying to Israeli officials the same message that President Biden conveyed yesterday in his speech. So a private conveyance from Secretary of State to his counterparts in Israel that we stand solidly behind them, that support will continue to come. You probably saw that today the first tranche of military assistance arrived. So the Secretary will be making it clear that additional tranches will come, that we will be consulting with members of Congress on additional funding requests going forward, and that they can count on our support.
And what does this military assistance look like? Because we've seen the aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, and its group of vessels. That is about deterrence, about not spreading this further, but you're also providing the Israelis with weapons.
Absolutely, yes. They are obviously expending significant rates of interceptor missiles for Iron Dome, artillery rounds, small arms ammunition, and other types of needs that they might have, of course, in trying to be very precise in how they go after Hamas targets. So we want to make sure that to the maximum extent we can, we're providing them the tools and weapons they need.
Now, just briefly, the hostages. I mean, that is an acute problem for the president. It must be very high on his mind.
It's a problem, absolutely, for the president. It's a problem for leaders around the world because we have every reason to suspect that other nations are represented in that hostage pool. No more important priority to President Biden than the safety and security of Americans overseas. So we're going to work very, very closely with our Israeli counterparts and to make sure that they have what they need, that we're supporting efforts, and that we are also taking seriously our responsibility to get Americans home back to their families.
You talk about Hamas targets in Gaza. We have all seen the pictures that have emerged. They're familiar for anyone who has watched that crisis over the years. What are your thoughts as you see what is unfolding in Gaza?
Well, look, nobody wants to see any innocent life taken. And my goodness, we're up over 1,000 now, something like 1,200 innocent Israeli lives cut short, murdered, butchered, and slaughtered. Nobody wants to see that happen. The Israelis have a right to defend themselves. They have a right to go after these Hamas terrorists. Terrorists, I might add, are putting Palestinians at greater risk by hiding in command centers and hospitals and residential buildings and schoolhouses. So they're certainly no friend to the Palestinian people.
No, and I've seen that. I've seen that on the ground. I've seen how Hamas does that in Gaza.
Absolutely.
But the Israelis have made quite clear, the defense minister has made quite clear, this is different. It appears to be an eye for an eye here, and that the attack that Israel is now doing in Gaza is something fundamentally different from what we've seen before. Is the president comfortable with that? Because I thought his words were interesting, where he appeared yesterday to tell the world that he'd reminded Netanyahu that there are laws in war.
Look, that's what makes the relationship between us and Israel so strong. We believe in shared values, shared interests, like the rule of law, like the law of war, like respect for innocent life, which is something that Hamas does not observe. So that's what makes this relationship strong. That's what makes our partnership so viable going forward. And we recognize that Israel is up against it right now, and they are taking aggressive action. They have seen a slaughter on a scale that they haven't seen since before 1973, and we have to recognize that as well.
And does that extraordinary weekend, the slaughter that we've seen in the kibbutzes, in Ashkelon, in other cities, unparalleled in the history of the state of Israel? Certainly, they have never seen this. Does that give Israel the right to do something a little bit different in Gaza this time?
This is for Israel to speak to. It's not for the American government to issue rights to Israel. Israel is going to defend themselves. They certainly have our support. I don't think the president made that perfectly clear yesterday. They have our support as they continue to try to defend themselves.
And is there a line? Is there a line?
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals or speculate about what the future is going to look like.
Okay, well, let's talk about
the Israeli people have our support.
Okay, let's talk about what's happening now then. Food supplies cut off, water supplies cut off, electricity cut off. Medics in Gaza saying they are now having to choose only the most critically ill or critically injured to try and save.
I will just say that we understand, and there has long been a humanitarian situation there in Gaza, and the United States continues to believe that humanitarian assistance should still get to the people of the Palestinians that live in Gaza. They're not to blame here. It's not their fault. They didn't invite Hamas in to do this, and they, as I said earlier, they are falling victim to what Hamas has done, how Hamas has been using them basically as shelters.
Can I talk just a bit briefly, more broadly, about America's Middle East policy? Isn't the truth that America dropped the ball here, averted its eye, hoped that the Middle East would not, as it always does, come to the top of a president's table?
Couldn't disagree more with you, Mark, on that. Couldn't disagree with you more.
But you've been focused on Afghanistan. You've been focused, understandably, on Ukraine. There has been a desire, this administration, the Obama administration to an extent, to just try and disengage with the Middle East. Let them work it out. Hope that Saudi-Israeli deal works.
No, I'm sorry. I just don't agree with that at all. I mean, thanks to the United States leadership, President Biden's leadership, we were able to help broker a truce in Yemen that's now going on almost 18 months. How many lives has that saved in Yemen? President's trip last summer, summer before last, to the Middle East, where we were able to really see steps to take to better integrate Israel into the region, steps towards normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. I recognize it's not there yet. Take a look at the number of attacks on our troops in Iraq and Syria. Oh, by the way, we still have troops in Iraq and Syria going after ISIS. That hasn't been diminished. The attacks by Shia militia groups have decreased significantly because of the way we have responded very muscularly against Iran-backed militia attacks on us. So the idea that we've pulled back from the Middle East, we've increased our military presence in the Gulf in just the last few weeks, and now we have additional naval forces in the Eastern Med off of Israel. So I just absolutely have to take issue with the idea that we have somehow turned our back on the Middle East.
Okay, fair enough. But in that answer, you didn't mention one thing. You didn't mention the Israel-Palestine conflict. The heart of the problem, essentially. You didn't mention that.
You are right. I did not, and I should have, because we have been continuing to want to pursue a two-state solution. Diplomatically, we have been engaged with all sides to try to see if there's a path forward to a two-state solution, which the president has spoken many times. He still believes is the right promise, is the right vision for the region. We have absolutely been engaged. Now, obviously, that effort is probably not the prime focus of anybody right now as Israel tries to defend itself against these attacks.
Lastly, what now? I mean, how does the U.S. administration, how does your boss, President Biden, mold this crisis, which appears to be spiraling?
The first most important thing we got to do is keep that support going to Israel right now so that they can continue to defend themselves. That's the prime thing. You heard the president talk about that. The other thing we got to do is, and you've already asked me about this, is the hostage issue. We know we have some number of Americans that are in that pool. We have no higher priority than to get them home, and so we're going to be working with the Israelis about what that looks like, what support they might need. And I don't know the answers to those questions right now, and it's going to be particularly tricky because they're not sitting in a prison somewhere where you can just do a negotiation they're in an active war zone, and it's going to be obviously a lot more difficult. And then the third thing, and this is not at all the least of them, and you heard the president talk about this yesterday, is to make sure we're looking after the Jewish community here in the United States. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism is on the rise around the world. Certainly, we're seeing it here in the United States. We need to make sure that the Jewish community here knows that they can worship, they can work, they can play with their friends, they can recreate in safety, and we're going to be watching that very, very closely.
And I just want to ask you once more your concern about how this spirals, because we have seen what's happening on the northern border with Hezbollah.
That's why that carrier strike group is there, Mark. We want to make sure that we send a strong signal to anybody, whether it's a terrorist group or a nation state. They're trying.
Nation state being Iran.
Any nation state that might want to be taking advantage of this or has hostility towards Israel, you need to rethink those plans. We will look after our national security interests. That's why that carrier strike group is there.
Admiral Kirby, John Kirby, thank you very much indeed. Thank
pleasure.
you very much. So there we are. Admiral John Kirby, the spokesperson for the National Security Council. Plenty to think about, plenty to discuss, huge challenges.
Absolutely right. Okay, Mark, thank you very much for that. Mark Stone there in the United States. All right, let me bring you a couple of breaking lines that have just come into us here at Sky News. And the first one concerns that British Airways flight that I told you about a short while ago. On its way from Heathrow to Tel Aviv, it was diverted, and British Airways now say that safety is their highest priority, and they've taken the decision to return to our flight to Tel Aviv to Heathrow. That's coming from a spokesperson for the airline. British Airways continuing with their schedule of flying in and out of Israel, but this latest flight that was on its way from Heathrow to Tel Aviv diverted and is now returning to Heathrow because of a safety concern. And the other bit of news I want to bring you before we go to break concerns the unity government that's been formed in Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu and Benny Gantz deciding to form a unity government to coordinate the war efforts. And I'll read you a little bit of the statement that's come from Benjamin Netanyahu and his now coalition partner Benny Gantz at the end of a meeting between the Prime Minister and the chairman of the National Unity Party, which is Benny Gantz. Both sides agreed on the formation of an emergency government and a cabinet that will manage the war effort. So after days of negotiations, a unity government has been formed in Israel. We'll have more on that throughout the afternoon, of course, here on Sky News, but still to come. I'll be speaking to a barrister specialising in international law, human rights and humanitarian law.
يطلع شو اسمه عادي يطلع من عند الطيران كل صناعة عند الطيران تعرف او يطلع من
Hezbollah 15 minutes ago says U.S. is responsible for attacks in Israel. Israel's Netanyahu. Oh, never mind. We already talked about that. Prominent mosque calls for an investigation into war crimes by Israel. Settlers have opened fire on residents of a town of Salfit in the West Bank. Uh, 21 minutes ago, Reuters, an Israeli official, 14 Americans were killed in a Hamas attack. Three minutes ago, an Israeli spokesman, Hamas's bombing of Israel affects a hospital in Ashkelon.
Crazy Ivan, Crazy Ivan, Crazy Ivan, Crazy Ivan, Crazy Ivan, Crazy Ivan.
حج بداية المؤمن الفاضي أصلا. نفس الأماكن. ماله؟ أصحها؟ لا. ماشي. ساعتين لما نستخدم الاسبوع والدورات لا والله وين التلابي؟ طب ما لازم تشتغل التاني. ما اعرفوش عادي اصلا لسه وصلنا الناس اللي في السعوديه رغم كل هذا مش يعني بيشتغل الناس يعني رايح محل سياسي ويوقفوا ويقدموا وينصبوا على مشروع سينا رايح على مفاوضات نهائية مباشرة بعيدا عن مصر برعاية قطر وتركيا وربما أطراف ثانية صعب تجاوز مصر بالسهل لكن الأمور تاخذ ضغوطات على مصر نلاقي لها حل مصالحة فلسطينية ثورية محمود
وين هذه كان فيها سكان امبارح على فكره الشباب صافي بالليل على كيف 7 ولا صوت ايش؟ نحن
والله
والله 7 بولس في رجلي خبطوا الفسفور بالنشوة خبطت في الدم الجاز دخلت فيه هلا لو ضربت في الجراح في رجلي الحمد لله انه في رجلي لما والله لو ضربت في الوجه ولا حالي ولا دخلت في الباقي جزء لا والله العظيم
الولد سكنك على الجزيرة سكنك على الجزيرة كان الدايب مفتوح سكنه على الجزيرة زي الرمل الاولاد مين بيفهم
هذا ابو موسى رقم عليه الثلج
بالله يا الثلج لا يا ولد مشيها يا كلب كبيت الصوت
لا يدي بسيطة بس
يوسف ابو يوسف حبيب الله يبارك فيك. الو حبيبي اهلا مختار حاجه
والله مختار
شفتوا؟ تعرف انت ولا
لا بس كان حرام. ابو يوسف حبيبي الله يسلمك بارك فيك. الله يسلمك. والله امبارح والله كان مخطط يا محمود الجمال شفت
Oh, really? I missed
والله ما
it.
ولد الصلاة صعبة يا ابو يوسف شوي تعال.
Got the chili, egg, cheese, oatmeal bowl.
والله الحال من بعض يا اخي الحال من بعض يا اخي.
Oh, Thomas. What's the shoe? I knew that guy. Thing Blue 74, he's in their chat right now. You can see put a bunch of American flags in their chat. He's a fresh fish with 4 hours here. Why do I remember you guys like this, bro? Everybody doesn't even remember me. By now. Like, I'm in a fucking Spanish channel right now that only has 7,000 subs and only 300 people watching it. I bumped into somebody that I recognized that only has spent 4 hours here. It's a little crazy. They do have some beautiful sunsets, though. That's the left. Fast enough. China, 11 minutes ago, calls for a ceasefire and the provision of humanitarian aid to the Palestinian people. Is China going to get involved?
والله الحمد لله تمام ماشي.
Aiming at the boats.
Of Defense Lloyd Austin III and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General C.Q. Brown Jr. The Secretary and the Chairman will have some brief opening comments, and then we'll have time to take just a few questions. Please note I will be moderating those questions, and due to our time constraints, I just ask you to please limit your follow-ups to give your colleagues a chance to ask their questions. And with that, Mr. Secretary.
Thanks, Pat. Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry about the delay. It's a busy day, as you know, and the chairman and I were on a conference call there that went a bit long. But we just held another highly successful meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group.
Ukraine!
But before I turn to that, I want to take a few moments to discuss the vicious assault by Hamas on the state of Israel.
Asshole.
The more we learn about these sickening atrocities, the worse it gets. Hamas deliberately targeted civilians and massacred them just because they are Jews. Hamas has again killed innocent Americans and civilians from many other countries, and Hamas has abducted entirely innocent civilians. So the United States continues to stand firm with Israel and the Israeli people. The USS Gerald R. Ford strike group has now arrived in the eastern Mediterranean. We've also moved to extend U.S. Air Force fighter squadrons in the region, and the Department of Defense stands fully ready to deploy additional assets if necessary. As President Biden has said, for any country, for any organization, for anyone thinking about trying to take advantage of the agony in Israel, to try to widen this conflict or to try to spill more blood, we have just one word: don't. Additional U.S. military aid to Israel started flowing in yesterday, including key munitions. And we'll be providing more Iron Dome interceptors so that Israel can protect its citizens and cities. And we'll continue to ensure that Israel has what it needs to keep itself and its citizens safe. And like any other country, Israel has the right to defend itself. As the President says, Israel has a duty to defend itself. And make no mistake, the United States will remain able to project power and to direct resources to tackle crises in multiple theaters. So we will stand firmly with Israel as we continue to support Ukraine. So let me turn to today's agenda. This was the 16th time that I have convened the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, and I'm pleased that we were joined in person today by President Zelensky of Ukraine. We're also joined by our outstanding new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General C.Q. Brown. He will be an invaluable partner for the Ukrainian people. Now, President Zelensky's team provided us with a valuable update on Ukraine's current counteroffensive. Ukraine's brave troops continue to make steady progress. Yet, as winter approaches, Ukrainians are bracing for Russia to again target Ukraine's energy grid and civilian infrastructure. And as Putin becomes more cruel, the Ukrainians become more determined. So we will continue to get them the systems that they need. Just look at the ground-based air defense systems that this coalition has surged into Ukraine. Those systems are saving countless civilian lives from Russia's bombardments. And that just underscores this contact group's commitment to meeting Ukraine's urgent near-term requirements. But today we also talked about helping Ukraine to defend itself for the long haul and to deter aggression for decades to come. So members of this contact group are organizing into what we call capability coalitions. And that's going to make our security assistance more nimble and help to secure Ukraine's future. And some of these capability coalitions have already formed. Estonia and Luxembourg will lead a coalition focused on supporting Ukraine's IT infrastructure. Lithuania is leading the way in helping Ukraine neutralize Russian mines on Ukrainian territory. And I'm proud to announce that the United States will step up again to help lead the coalition of countries working with Ukraine to develop its Air Force. And by leading this capability coalition, the United States will coordinate closely with Ukraine and other partners with a focus on developing Ukraine's F-16 fighter aircraft capability. I'm pleased that Denmark and the Netherlands will be co-leading this coalition together with us. I'm also proud to announce that the United States will be joining several more of these coalitions as they form in the coming weeks, including those focused on Ukraine's air defense, armor, and artillery. And that shows how much we can do when we come together. But it also shows that American leadership matters. And as Ukraine's troops face this key moment on the battlefield, we must ensure that America's indispensable assistance to Ukraine continues to flow without disruption. Since Russia's unprovoked and all-out invasion last February, the United States has committed $43.9 billion to help support a free and secure Ukraine. And that includes our most recent Ukraine assistance package, valued at $200 million. And we're in great company. Some 50 other members of this contact group have committed more than $33 billion in direct security assistance to Ukraine. In fact, the three biggest European donors to Ukraine, Germany, the United Kingdom, and Poland, have all committed more than the United States as a percentage of GDP. And so have many other European countries, including Croatia, Denmark, Finland, Sweden, and all three of the Baltic states.
Combined.
Together, today, several countries briefed us on new assistance packages for Ukraine that they have approved just in the 3 weeks since we last met in Ramstein.
The same fucking continent is there.
Germany will donate another Patriot system and additional Patriot missiles as part of a $1.1 billion package that includes 10 more Leopard A-1 tanks, 2 more Iris-T air defense systems. And Spain will continue its critical Hawk training mission and will donate additional Hawk equipment. And Sweden approved a $200 million assistance package, including critical artillery ammunition. And Bulgaria will donate components to help Ukraine strengthen its S-300 air defense system. France committed to provide more Caesar howitzers and to accelerate their production. The UK will provide a new package of aid, including air defense support 155 millimeter guns, and more. And Canada will invest nearly $500 million over the next 3 years in Ukraine's armored vehicle capabilities. And that just underscores the scope of the response from our allies and partners. It's another reminder of how badly Putin has miscalculated. Instead of demoralizing the Ukrainian people, Putin demoralized the Russian military. And countries everywhere have rejected Putin's vision of a lawless world where tyrants can invade their peaceful neighbors with impunity. So we stand united to help defend the free and sovereign Ukraine and to help strengthen the rules-based international order that has made our world so much safer since the end of World War II. That's what this contact group stands for. That is what Ukraine is fighting for, and we'll continue to have their backs. And so with that, General Brown, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good afternoon, everyone.
This guy.
Let me start by expressing my condolences to the people of Israel and the families who have been hurt by Hamas's heinous terrorist attacks. Our nation's commitment to Israel is ironclad. Our joint force has strengthened its posture in the region to support Israel as it protects itself and its people. The joint force continues to work with our Israeli Defense Force counterparts at multiple levels to ensure they have the means and capabilities to defend themselves and deter future aggression. Turning to our work here today, I'm honored to have just finished the first Ukraine Defense Contact Group as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And I'm humbled to witness the sustained efforts of this coalition in support of Ukraine. It reminds me of the words of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who said, "The structure of world peace cannot be the work of one nation. It cannot be a peace of a large nation or of small nations. It must be a peace which rests on the cooperative effort of the whole world." President Roosevelt delivered these resonant words to Congress as war ravaged the globe. From the plains of Europe to the sands of the Pacific, this generation sought to construct an order of peace and cooperation out of the remnants of conflict and division. This cooperative effort is evident today in this group's work to assist Ukraine in protecting its nation and its people. The collective strength of this group is owed to the commitment of each sovereign nation. It's also a testament to our Secretary of Defense, Secretary Austin. Thank you, Secretary Austin, for your unwavering commitment to Ukraine and for leading this group for the last year and a half. I'm honored that President Zelensky joined our session today,
I don't think
bringing
Ukraine's
with
going
him
to win.
the undaunted courage of his nation and sharing insights on enhancing this group's support for Ukraine. Thank you to President Zelensky and Defense Minister Umerov for leading Ukraine and its military with character and honor. Thank you to the Ministers of Defense, the Chiefs of Defense, and national representatives from some 50 nations that meet nearly every month to organize our collective support for Ukraine. While this is my first Ukraine Defense Contact Group as Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, be assured that our mission, our objectives, and our support for Ukraine endures. The effort of this group extends beyond any single individual. It is a unified commitment from a coalition of nations. Today, this coalition...
It's protocol time. Gotta go, buddy. Who's gonna run out of people first, Russia or Ukraine? Pretty sure Russia has a bigger population. So how can Ukraine win? They would have to be decimating Russia. Ukraine's not gonna win, man. Ukraine is gonna be Russian pretty soon. Every couple of years. If we stop helping them. Same with Israel. We stop helping Israel, boom, they're Muslim. Can we just let them be Muslim? Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar does have a nice ring to it. You know, you hear it enough, it starts kind of catching on. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar to you. Allah Akbar to you, my friend. Akbar Shalom. Oh no, that's not the right one. You get beheaded, you say Akbar Shalom out there. We're just gonna keep giving money to them. I'm trying to wait on when this dude stops talking. They'll take questions probably.
بلال ايش من هذول؟ بلال قول له دقيقة بياخذ بشار معاه. مش عارف مين هذا. مين مسكر الشارع الغبي؟ عيني بغاشر
He told him, stop honking, you're making too much noise. And the guy was like, there's rockets, there's bombs, what do you... He's like, yeah, but it's not horns, is it? Why you add to the noise, he said. That's a rough translation. Prayer to call time. He was honking during prayer to call. During the prayer. It might have been that actually. The sunset prayer. You're the coffee maker. It sucks. My coffee sucks. Okay, these are questions.
You got an operational update from Ukraine today. Can you tell us, give us an update on what you learned and whether you believe?
Whatever, dude. You fucking crane, dude. So sick of Ukraine. I would rather that Russia just have Ukraine at this point. Can they just be a Russian already? Is it that bad? Just give up. Show the white flag, don't die, be Russian. It's that simple. It's up to them. We're not stopping them from doing that, are we? Like, if they're like, you know what, America, we've thought about it. We're gonna go in and be Russian. Would we be like, no, 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 you can't do that. We do that? Stop this, man. No, 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 this is that. Like, whatever. Because then, like, we don't want Russia to get bigger. For some reason. Right, it's like using Ukraine. We don't want what they want, what they think is best for them. We want what we think is best for the world. For us. I have a bunch of MREs that have an inspection date of this month. All their heat indicators still look good though. Got the right colors. They've been stored in decent temps.
We're going to do what's necessary to help our allies and partners, and we're going to also do what's necessary to make sure that we maintain the capability to protect our interests and defend.
Got two cases and a bug out bag. I'm ready. And I only have one case of Pellegrino for water right now though. I can't drink that.
بلشوا قصف شكله في الصفاوي يا محمود.
Doctor's medicine. Oh, bros. Who's coming with me? Who's coming with me, huh? Come with me. Come on, man. Who's coming with me? Go to Dab City, man. Yeah, man. You do it quite like him. Far out, man. Far out. No, that's half baked. You know, half baked. Oh wait, no, I know that was the wrong one, huh? Nah.
Hey, you wanna get high, man?
That's probably what I'm looking for.
I don't do drugs though, just weed. I don't do.
For that big type.
I don't do drugs though, I don't do drugs though. 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 Just weed. I don't do drugs though. Just weed.
Got a nice little rhythm to it, doesn't it? There we go into the...
You mean we're smoking dog shit, man?
لا لسه حماس بالك ماسكه زي ما بيقولوا. هو في صافرات الانذار في عكا في مجد الروم في سخنين. لا خلاص
Here to speak. Oh, whoa. Intrusion, a hostile aircraft going on. The Israeli army preliminary information 5 minutes ago about the penetration of 15 aircraft from Lebanon. Reports of paragliders carry militants in northern Israel 8 minutes ago. We got the warning about the intrusion of hostile aircraft was also extended to Haifa, Carmel, and Gilboa area. Head of Upper Galilee Council claims some of the aircraft that infiltrated from Lebanon are carrying people. Breaking news! Oh, 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 oh. What? Which would you prefer? Look to me on X. Man, breaking news! We got infiltrators. We got infiltrators in the air infiltrators, guys. Breaking news! Air infiltrators going in. Air infiltrators, guys. Breaking news! Look at me! Breaking news, guys. Air infiltrators. Infiltrators in the air. Lebanon. Guys, hold on. I gotta X something real fast. Infiltrators, Lebanon, from the air. Thank you, moderators on Facebook, on OnlyFans, on Instagram. Thank you, moderators on TikTok. Thank you, moderators on the moon. Thank you, moderators that have deceased, that are no longer with us. Thank you, moderator parents, for bringing up a great moderator. I can abuse and use anybody I want without paying them shit. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, baby Jesus moderator. You're the ultimate moderator. Here's the breaking news. I was nervous about last night's stream though. I thought you might be getting me. Pakistan loves Israel? That doesn't seem right. Pakistan loves Israel? I thought they were like different religions or something. Isn't that how they decide friends out there? Reports of the bombing of the Haifa area with a missile from Lebanon a few seconds ago. Israeli warplanes and drones flying in the airspace near Lebanon a few seconds ago. Armed men infiltrated the Mayan Burak area in the north, and reports of the infiltration of 20 drones 2 minutes ago. The Israeli army directed all residents of the north enter protected areas 2 minutes ago. Al-Qassam brigades bombarded the city of Haifa with an R-160 missile 3 minutes ago. Going backwards in time. Oh shit, a lot's happening right now, dude. Hearing the sound of armed clashes in Tiberias. War is happening like crazy right now, everywhere. Just so people have guns instead of cameras. Damn, dude, Tiberias is here, by the way. Tiberias is here at the West Bank. West Bank area, right? That's kind of hard to use. I don't know, where is that? That's the furthest thing to happen this direction so far. East. During this entire conflict. That's the last place that they heard flashes. Blast in Metula, no casualties. Oh, that's pretty far too, dude. That's up here. Dude, our military can't get there quickly enough. they're probably not allowing their flight information to be. I heard something about the Israeli Air Force is known for spoofing their information on there so that Palestinians can't track them.
I thought I missed your snack pack.
A few seconds. Wait, hold up. A few seconds ago, a suspected security incident in the Rotem factories area in Domana. Shot was heard. The factory workers were asked to close down. Oh wow, that's really far south, dude. Check this out. That's way down here. That's the furthest thing to happen south now. They're hitting them from all sides, dude. It seems. Or furthest from over here, furthest from down here. They're hitting further up here now, furthest. This is definitely a coordinated attack from all sides. Gotta be. It's happening within seconds of each other. Like, we'll go hours without anything updating over here, and it's like pop, 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 pop. They done sunrise prayer, and now it's time to go to war. Like, what do they do, like, if they're in the middle of a skirmish and it's prayer time, do they stop? Is it that serious? Well, they die for prayer. Probably not if they're out there raping people. It doesn't seem like they're that serious about the actual religion. They just want to try to interpret it in the old school way so that they can feel like they're justified in doing what they're doing, because the Quran says it. Infidels, man. But it doesn't help that they're cooped up in this city. These people are like zoo animals that have never seen the outside world. They've never known the real, like, what it's like to not be cooped up. They're a little wild, even though they've been in captivity this whole time. That makes them a little wild. And when put in the wild. And what have we done? I can't believe this was ever allowed to happen, dude. After the ghettos in Germany. And now I think it was the Turkey's president, or no, it was Colombia, I believe it was, condemning this, saying, well, condemning the whole idea of Gaza Strip, having them confined in there, because it's like, he related it to the, you know, the Jews and the Holocaust, and how they had the ghettos. It might even use the word concentration camp. I can't remember what exactly he said. Let's see his exact. Let's see, what's exact. Real wait. I don't know if this is a Twitter post or not, but this is something from the same guy. Replying to a statement by Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant announcing a complete siege of Gaza and a fight against animals, Petro said, "This is what the Nazis said of the Jews." Writing on X, the Colombian president added, "Democratic peoples cannot allow Nazism to re-establish itself in international politics." He said Gallant's wording amounted to hate speech, which, if allowed to continue, will only bring a Holocaust. So he's been doubling down on this a few times, it seems. Dozens of social media comments on the event since Saturday, provoking an Arabic exchange with Israel's ambassador to Bogota, urged Colombia to condemn a terrorist attack against innocent civilians. In his response, Petro said terrorism is to kill innocent children, whether it be in Colombia or in Palestine, as he urged the two sides to negotiate for peace. Degan then invited Petro to visit the Holocaust Memorial in Jerusalem and the Auschwitz-Birkenau death camp, which the president retorted Monday he saw being copied in Gaza. So yeah, he is looking at like a concentration camp, actually. No Democrat in the world can accept Gaza being turned into a concentration camp, Petro added. Apparently the link to that statement has since been disabled with a new statement of condemnation not making any mention of terrorism. I mean, it's from French news. They're probably all the same story, aren't they? This looks like Tel Aviv now. Always Ashkelon. Close. But is that Tel Aviv though? I kind of want to put this one up now. It's nice and bright. There's a shot of Israel in case they lob some rockets at them. my door. I know what I need to do real fast. Clean up this real fast. I got it. Ready for it? Ready for it to pop? Pop. Down some. I see, I gotta put it above. Working right now. Oh, here. Buffering. Really? Sorry, man. The bummer. I don't mind it. Anybody else buffering? I don't think anybody else is buffering but you, man. Nobody else is buffering but you, devil from the YT. Nobody else is buffering but you. Yo, that one person left. He didn't come here for my singing? What did he buy a ticket for? Simon loved it. He started singing with me. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. He really is belting them out down there. I kind of wait to feed them for another hour and a half, man. Oh, we really always should take them off this medicine. It's the one that's just a pain in the ass. No food. The no food ones really are just a bitch. Sometimes he wants to take a little longer to eat breakfast, man. He can't do that anymore. It sucks. Oh. You left, dude. My mouse worked. I got Duolingo. I'm practicing. That Rosetta Stone. I'm getting some pretty complicated words. Words.
On Israel throughout the day, the militants have fired more rockets into Israel, whose air force has continued to strike targets in Gaza. Here are the main developments this hour. Palestinian officials are warning of a humanitarian crisis, saying there is now no electricity in the Gaza Strip after the sole power plant in the territory ran out of fuel. As Hamas continued its rocket strikes on Israel, the Foreign Secretary had to run for cover soon after his arrival in the south of the country to offer the UK's support. The Israeli Defense Force says 1,200 Israelis have been killed since Hamas began their attack on Saturday. In Gaza, the Palestinian Health Authority says 1,100 people have been killed in Israeli strikes. Tonight, it's been confirmed that among those killed in Israel was Briton Jake Marlowe. He had been working as a security guard at the Nova Music Festival, attacked by Hamas. More on that in a moment, but first, let's get some breaking news as Israel is this evening urging citizens in the north of the country to shelter after an apparently hostile aircraft entered from Lebanon. Let's go live to Tyre in Lebanon, and our international correspondent Alex Rossi is there. So, tensions still high on that border, certainly, and reports of, we've had reports of Hezbollah drones in northern Israel, and now this report of some sort of aircraft.
That's right, Mark. I mean, we should say that everything at the moment is unconfirmed. There have been reports circulating that drones have gone into northern Israel. There have been reports that there have been paragliders, some kind of infiltration. But again, we need to stress that all of this is unconfirmed. What we do know is that sirens are wailing throughout that area in the north of the country where you are, and people are being told to stay indoors. Now, the situation on the border remains pretty tense. Over the last 4 days, there have been a number of clashes. We've spent most of the afternoon driving along that border with Israel. We saw smoke rising from the Israeli side, where there clearly been some rocket fire landing in a number of places. We heard the sound of what was, and it was very difficult to say which way it was going, but the sound of what we think, or pretty certain, was heavy machine gun fire, and then fairly constant drone or drones above us. Virtually everywhere you are going, there's the sound of Israeli drones, either surveillance drones or attack drones overhead. We also heard the sound of warplanes as well, Israeli warplanes, but extremely tense. Now, the worry is, of course, that another front will open up in this war with Hamas. Hezbollah has aligned itself with Hamas. It's part of the resistance axis, sponsored, of course, by the Iranians. And we have seen that play out before in 2006, a very destructive war, catastrophic, really, for both sides. So that is the fear. And tonight, of course, sirens across northern Israel with the IDF, and we have this from them, an update. They are saying that there are reports received of a suspected infiltration, but at the moment, the information on that is fairly scant.
OK, we'll keep an eye on that. Alex Rossi for now. Thank you very much indeed. Let's look now then at how the day has unfolded. Our correspondent Ashish Joshi has this report.
Exploding just feet away from the entrance of a hotel used by media and international aid organizations. This video captures the full power and force of Israeli bombs being dropped on Gaza. The onslaught is relentless. Israel has vowed the strongest possible response to the Hamas attacks, and thousands of its bombs have rained down on Gaza, reducing neighborhoods to this. Gaza's health ministry says 2/3 of the bomb's victims are women and children. Gaza's power is out, and very soon food and medical supplies will run out too. Even experienced doctors hardened by the horrors of war have been left numb by the bloodshed they're witnessing.
There are moments that kind of take your breath away. You kind of feel winded when you see a beautiful young girl, the braids, the elastic hairband, the pink elastic hairband, as you're trying to clean the face and in your mind, go through your mind, just what are the steps you're going to need to do to try to put this back together again. And then you see this and you're reminded that this was someone's baby child.
Israel says it is striking key strategic Hamas targets. This footage released by its defense force shows its bombs dropping on the Islamic University in Gaza City. The Israeli Air Force says the university serves as a major training center for Hamas engineers.
We are actually calling the population in Gaza to move out, get away from Hamas headquarters, move away from Hamas militants. We don't want to hurt any civilians, but if you would stay around those barbaric terrorists, you will get hurt.
But as Israel wages war against Hamas, the threat to its own citizens has not gone away. These Hamas rockets intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome defense system over Ashkelon. But this smoke seen rising in the neighborhood shows some missiles are finding a way through. British Foreign Secretary James Cleverly was forced to run for cover on a visit to southern Israel when sirens warned of an imminent Hamas rocket attack.
When a good friend, as Israel is to the United Kingdom, experiences a terrible situation like this, it is important that your friends around the world show solidarity and demonstrate support.
The horror for Israelis is raw. Each day more harrowing accounts of the Hamas terror are shared by survivors of the weekend's carnage.
I realised the blood wouldn't stop, and we knew help wasn't going to come quickly, so my friend tied a shoelace around the wound. We felt like we were abandoned. They simply told us there is no help and no one will save you.
This video of Hamas fighters preparing for their weekend attack will be studied closely by Israeli intelligence analysts for clues that may explain why the country's defences were breached. This is just the start of a war that is set to escalate, one with devastating consequences. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
Let me just give you a tale of two skylines. Behind me here, you can see lights very much on in Jerusalem. And if we show you now the pictures that are coming out of Gaza, and it is a very different story given what has happened there to the power station this afternoon. The power has run out in Gaza. Now, this is a result of the total blockade announced by Israel immediately after this hideous massacre, and also food and fuel and clearly there we see electricity gone too. Now, military experts say the world should brace for a long ground operation in Gaza, complicated by the presence of the hostages, of course. Israel has a much larger military, but Hamas has adapted in recent years to... Now, military experts say the world should brace for a long ground operation in Gaza, complicated by the presence of the hostages, of course. Israel has a much larger military, but Hamas has adapted in recent years to take advantage of the urban environment. So what could an Israeli ground offensive in Gaza look like? Let's bring in our military analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Michael.
Thanks, Mark. Yes, there's a great sense of foreboding across the Middle East at the moment. There are groups and governments in Syria, in Iraq, in Yemen, in Iran, saying that they will join the fight if Israel moves into Gaza and or if the Americans help them.
Really?
Well, Israel is going to move into Gaza. I'm absolutely certain about that. Whether or not the Americans help them, we'll have to see. How will it take place? Well, Gaza is a very narrow strip of territory.
This is new.
And almost certainly, in my view, as and when they move in, they'll move in a multi-pronged way. Probably using the ground and the land area and also sea access. And when they do, they'll have to take account of the geography. There is more space, as it were, for tanks in the north and in the Khan Yunis districts. But in the center, where there's a ridge, high ridge that runs between the Israeli border and Gaza itself, there is much greater urbanization west of that ridge. And Israeli forces will find, and they'll undoubtedly accompany their attack with a great deal of artillery, a lot of air activity. But they will find, even so, that the further west they go, the more urbanized it becomes right onto the Mediterranean coast. And it's urbanization which actually creates all the complications for them. Complications about finding out where their hostages are and maybe trying to rescue as many of them as they can, but complications of using their heavy armor. They've got plenty of tanks. The Makeva tank is a very good tank. They've got a very new version of it now, the Barak, which is just coming on stream. It won't be that much use in an urban area, and it's urbanization which is their real problem. This will be an infantry-heavy sort of operation, but it will involve all sorts of new technologies. They've got a real task ahead of them, the Israelis, but they will certainly take it on. In my view, there is no doubt, whatever is being said around the Arab world at the moment, they're going to move in on Gaza, and they will do it soon.
Michael, thank you very much indeed. Well, joining me now is Mark Regev, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Ambassador to the UK. Good evening. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. And just first of all, I wonder if I could ask you about these reports of infiltration and drones from Lebanon this evening. Residents told to stay indoors. Do you have any more information for us?
I can only repeat what you've said, and it's a problem. We've been concerned for some time that Hezbollah, which is in many ways the twin of Hamas, it's the Lebanese twin of Hamas, they are interested in escalating the situation. We don't want to see, obviously, an escalation in the north, but if a two-front war is forced upon us, we won't be caught by surprise. We are prepared, we are ready, and we will prevail.
It's difficult to know what is going on at the moment, but can Israel fight a war on two fronts?
Definitely. I mean, it's not easy, but no war is ever easy. Anyone who's been in combat knows that war is a terrible thing. But we have been planning for the possibility. Once again, we don't want it, but we know it's a possibility, and therefore we've had to plan our military doctrine accordingly, and we can fight, if need be, a two-front war.
Now, what will be the scale and the purpose of the intensification of Israel's war on Hamas in the coming hours or coming days?
So I think we have to get the understanding of the situation correct. This is not another round of fighting between Israel and Hamas. As you rightly say on your logo, it's a war. This is not another Israeli army operation which is going to be over in a few days. We want to come out of this with a different reality. Gaza will not be the same. Some people in the international community are calling for an immediate ceasefire and so forth. No, they've hit us hard. They've declared war on us. We didn't want the war, but if war has started, they wanted the war, but this war will finish on our terms.
So your intention is to eradicate Hamas, is it? Wipe out Hamas from Gaza?
When this is over, yes, the terrorists in Gaza will have not the capability to inflict upon Israel the sort of attack they did last Saturday. We will have destroyed that capability, and they won't have the motivation, the desire to do so as well, because they will understand that hitting Israel the way they did hurts them ultimately much more than it hurts us.
How long do you think that Israeli troops will have to stay in Gaza to achieve what you want them to achieve?
I can't speculate, and frankly, I can't say that I know. But I think the most important thing is to complete the mission. If the mission is not successful, if we're just back to square one, then we'll have an attack like we had on Saturday in a month or two or in half a year. What's the point? We've got to find a solution to this. And a solution is a situation where the situation in Gaza has radically changed. Look, we pulled out of the Gaza Strip in 2005. We took down all the settlements and we pulled back to the international frontier. And everyone in the international community embraced that. They said, good on you, Israel. You pulled back to the 67 line, you took down the settlements, you gave the Palestinians self-rule. And who took over? Who filled the vacuum? Hamas. And people said, well, Hamas, they're in power, they'll become more moderate. They're governing more than 2 million people. That forces them to be more responsible. No, they showed us on Saturday.
So do you now have to reoccupy effectively Gaza? I mean, to achieve what you want to achieve, you're going to have to stay there a very long time. Will you effectively be reoccupying Gaza?
So I'm sorry, I apologize, but I can't go into our military tactics. I can only express the goals, and you understand why I can't do that. But can I just say something? We saw Hamas use ISIS-type tactics in the way they dealt with the people that they came across in southern Israel when they were on our side of the frontier. And in many ways, if you think about it, ISIS was terrible, and Hamas is their partner in crime, so to speak. But ISIS never had the support of a sovereign state. Iran is supporting Hamas, and that gives them power. They've helped them arm, they've helped them train, they've helped finance their terrorist machine. And Hamas wouldn't be what it is today without Iran.
Mark Regev, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister in Israel. Thanks very much indeed. We will return to Israel shortly. This is the News Hour. Coming up,
نفس القصة راح. يا بلال خلص المية
About some MRE coffee. Bill's Brew. Smells like dirt. the smell of these. I don't really drink coffee. I have a little bit of it. Alright. Oh yeah, I'm in combat now. I'm a warfighter. MRE coffee is in my blood.
بتحكي مع حالك قاعد وشو
Give me out right after you did that. See what you did. Do you see it? I mean, I'm already sleepy enough. Go on. Oh, bro.
Meow.
He also just come up here and go to sleep until it's food time. He just makes me so sleepy when he does that. I think this was 3 something. 3:30. Global Day of Rage this Friday. Oh wow. Interesting, Ted. Thanks for the update. That site I was getting my information from went down. Oh.
لا في ظرف مقصوفة قصد ظرف رقم هذا
Echo. This one is that a field or something, dude? Israel field. Yeah, I don't know where. But this news agency is funded by the Turkish government. Missiles. Something to shut off on this one. You can hear it. This is the one I just saw. Did he see it? Oh, he did too. Okay, at least now I know what that camera is from. Where it's live. I know it's live now. I'll have it up too. See where that came from right there? Watch this. It's this. It's this area right here. This is it shooting off. Right there. Something out there. I kept thinking this one wasn't live for a while. So yeah, another scream. Life as usual or what? that Gaza?
لا انا لقيت خلص نبلغ مارك انه هذه لا لا ما الشغل ما لا كلنا شغل لا بديت الف اللي هي فكت الكبسه تاعتها.
Did they nominate a speaker? Oh, Lebanon border stream. Hot. not hitting my my sources aren't uh-oh. 5 minutes ago. New alert. Rishon Lezion area. Not there. Not say anything about that. The number of U.S. citizens killed, 22, is rising. I was showing some leg for runnable right now. I think them. Ow! Oh. Runnable. All this legs for you, Rumble. He's got legs. Knows how to use them. He's got legs. Ooh. Oh, that was big. Oh. No. Did they just hit something in Israel? Dude, that looks like it's Israel, man. It's pretty far away. I can't be trusting this random Twitter updates. They have to be through the official stores. I know these have been vetted on here. These in the AP have been vetted already. Oh, they're talking about it over here. Hold on.
There's been no let-up in the fighting sparked by Hamas's surprise attack on Israel. Throughout the day, the militants have fired more rockets into Israel, whose air force has continued to strike targets in Gaza. Here are the main developments. Palestinian officials are warning of a humanitarian crisis, saying there's now no electricity in the Gaza Strip after the sole power plant in the territory ran out of fuel. As Hamas continued its rocket strikes on Israel, the Foreign Secretary had to run for cover soon after his arrival in the south of the country to offer the UK's support. The Israeli Defense Force says 1,200 Israelis have been killed since Hamas began their attack on Saturday. In Gaza, the Palestinian Health Authority says 1,100 people have been killed in Israeli airstrikes. Tonight, it's been confirmed that among those killed in Israel was the Briton Jake Marlowe. He'd been working as a security guard at the Nova Music Festival attacked by Hamas. Let's look now at how the day unfolded. Our correspondent Ashish Joshi has this report.
That's not anything too. Dude, I've just been blocked from going to that website. For no, like, what? Look. Tell me this. See if I can go to it on this. I can't go to it on here either. Wow. No, it's a site that I was going to show stuff as it was happening on a map. Lou sent it to me the other day. I wonder if he can get to it. It's an American block or everyone. Damn, man, that's it. It's gone.
This is the United States of America, damn it.
Dude. Marsha. Dude, what is on fire back there?
This is the United States of America, damn it.
Down for everybody, not just me. Israel, the entire, not their entire site, but the Israel-Palestine part of it is down. Government probably took it down so we couldn't watch it. People couldn't pay, like, the enemy couldn't watch it or whatever. I don't know. They couldn't brag, maybe. might be back up now. Yeah, it's back up. Dude, sweet. Was this a day ago this happened, or?
بعد الانسحاب الصهيوني من قطاع غزة ننتقل من سرايانا في طاهر العملاء ومذل الصهاينة الصهيونية ارتقاء إلى الله عز وجل. تمر أمام المنصة سرية الشهيد القائد عمري في تأسيس وتجديد العمل المسلح وتحمل وحدات الهندسة. تمر أمام المنصة سرية الشهيد القائد أحمد ردان معتصم مخلوف أحد أبرز قادة سرايا القدس. وضفة الصمود بعد أن مضت على موعد مع ما يسر قلوبكم جماعات والمستوطنات الصهيونية في خلاف غزة قالوا ناره تنطلق ببركة دم الشهداء بمهام مختلفة يمر من أمام الذين يصنعون هذا الصاروخ لتكون خير بداية القيادة الصهيوني رأيناها وبإمكان اختراق الجبات المصفحة أيضا.
Oh, that was old footage. Reuters just posted that, man. Damn it. There is no security incident in northern Israel. Hey, Joe, thanks for checking out. The girls look like they came from America. But Reuters, that's pretty crazy. Reuters would do that show. That's wrong. Ankles here. Family.
ايش طبخين؟ شكشوكة؟
For the lamb first. This time he mostly ate the venison, but he was going back and forth nibbling on the lamb a little bit. He didn't eat any of the leftovers from earlier. I had it in a different pile. Yeah, I'm not so much of a snacker right now. Mouth is pretty fucked up. That's why I had that really soft breakfast this morning. Okay.
I just want to take a moment to address the horrifying reports that continue to come out of Israel. I know many of us in the room and at home are moms and dads, and regardless, we're all humans. We have heard stories of parents doing their best to shield their babies from danger. These reports are devastating. We are hearing the reports of entire families, innocents, who were killed in the safety of their homes. We know that so far, 22 Americans lost their lives and 17 remain unaccounted for. We know that these numbers are likely to increase in the days ahead. As the President said this afternoon, this attack has brought to the surface painful memories and the scars left by millennia of anti-Semitism and genocide of the Jewish people. And so later this afternoon, the President will stop by a roundtable with Jewish community leaders, along with the Second Gentleman, Douglas Emhoff, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, Homeland Security Advisor Dr. Liz Sherwood Randall, Domestic Policy Advisor Nir Tandon, and Steve Benjamin, Senior Advisor to the President for Public Engagement. This roundtable discussion will focus on the Biden-Harris administration's unwavering support for Israel following the Hamas terrorist attacks and the implementation of President Biden's national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, which was released in May. Today and every day, we are here to reaffirm the United States' will to continue to have Israel's back. And with that, Admiral John Kirby is here from the National Security Council to take any of your questions on the situation in Israel. Okay, John. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. As Karine noted, sadly, the numbers of Americans killed, murdered, has climbed, and we have a little bit better sense today of how many more Americans are unaccounted for, are missing. We know that a number of those Americans are being held hostage right now by Hamas. I think we all need to steel ourselves for the very distinct possibility that these numbers will keep increasing, and that we may in fact find out that more Americans are part of the hostage pool. So, as Karine said, our message to all these families affected is that we're with you, we're grieving with you, we're sorrowful with you, we're worrying with you, and we're going to do everything we can, particularly for those who don't know where a loved one is, to find out where they are, and to get them home with you where they belong. And that includes, of course, being willing to assist in advice or counsel when it comes to hostage recovery efforts. Now, of course, the Israelis have a very robust hostage recovery capability of their own. Sadly, they have been forced to perfect that particular kind of capability, but we also have a lot of know-how too, and we're offering to share that with the Israeli Defense Forces. At the same time, we're sharing additional defense-related support. I think you saw that the Israeli military announced today, with some imagery, the first tranche of U.S. military assistance arriving in Israel. That will continue. We also, as I think the President alluded to yesterday, were able to replenish some of their Iron Dome interceptor missiles. These were missiles that we already had in stock in Israel. We simply just transferred ownership over to the Israeli Defense Forces. So again, more aid, more assistance will be coming in coming days. As you also know, the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford and her strike group are now in the Eastern Mediterranean. They arrived yesterday. They are there for deterrence purposes, to make it clear to any would-be actor, organization, group, terrorist network, nation state, anybody who thinks that with hostile intent towards Israel, that this is the time to widen and expand the conflict, that we will take our national security interests seriously. I would also note that the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower aircraft carrier and her strike group will be departing on a pre-scheduled, long-scheduled deployment to the European Command Area of Responsibility. They'll start that deployment in the coming week or so. They will be going initially across the Atlantic and into the Mediterranean, where they will be available if needed. Now, no decisions have been made. I've seen some press reporting out there that we've already made some kind of final decision that a second carrier is going to be placed in the Eastern Med. No operational decisions like that have been made, but she will be heading in that direction. Her ships will be with her, and she certainly will be an available asset if needed. Bottom line is, as I said, we're sending a loud and clear message. The United States is ready to take action should any actor hostile to Israel consider trying to escalate or widen this war. I think Jake said that pretty well yesterday. We're also going to continue to talk to our Israeli partners about their needs to ensure, again, that they have what they require to defend their country and their people. And that's just not going to stop. In fact, it's almost an hourly conversation that we're having with our counterparts. Now, I know many of you have been asking about or expressing some interest in the idea of safe passage in Gaza for civilians. Let me just say right up front, we're actively discussing this with our Israeli and our Egyptian counterparts. We support safe passage for civilians. Civilians are not to blame for what Hamas has done. They didn't do anything wrong, and we continue to support safe passage. I don't have an announcement to make today. I can't tell you a specific route or a corridor. I just want to make it clear that we are actively working on this with our Egyptian and our Israeli counterparts. Civilians are protected under the laws of armed conflict, and they should be given every opportunity to avoid the fighting. Now, if I could switch to Ukraine just quickly. Today, the Secretary of Defense announced at the Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting over in Europe that the United States is announcing a new aid package, which includes air defense ammunition for U.S.-provided artillery and HIMARS, counter UAS equipment, unmanned aerial systems, to help Ukraine protect their people against Russian and Iranian drone strikes. We're also announcing additional anti-armor capabilities and more than 16 million rounds of small arms and ammunition. As the Ukrainians continue to wage a very tough counteroffensive, and as winter now fast approaches, we believe that it is absolutely imperative, you heard me say before, time is not our friend, that we continue to do everything we can to help Ukraine succeed on the battlefield and claw back some more of their own territory from Russian units on the ground there. This military aid package that we're announcing today is another important signal of our continued commitment to supporting the Ukrainian people, and it utilizes funding authorities that Congress authorized for Ukraine during a prior fiscal year under the Presidential Drawdown Authority. We're obviously going to continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons and equipment they need, but it is absolutely critical that Congress keep its commitment to the people of Ukraine by providing additional funding. We are in active conversations with members of Congress about additional funding for Ukraine and for Israel. And it's critical, again, that we believe Congress sends a clear message to Putin, sends a clear message to the Israeli people that the United States continues to have their back. And with that, we'll take some questions.
First, John, ask just a little bit of clarification on the 22 Americans who unfortunately been killed. Were all those Americans believed to be killed by Hamas? Were all of them killed in Israeli territory? Or do you know how many Americans have been killed inside Gaza?
I'm afraid I don't. I mean, we know the number is accurate as of right now, but this individual circumstances are not exactly clear.
This group of 22, it was in Israel, but
I don't have the details on every single one. You could certainly consult the State Department. They might have a little bit higher touch because they are in touch, or I know they're trying to be in touch with all the families, but we don't have that information.
If I can just quickly, all signs suggest that Israel will begin possible ground invasion relatively soon. I know you talked about safe passage, but has the U.S. done anything to dissuade Israel from moving ahead with a ground offensive? And if it does move ahead, has the president or administration officials directly asked Israel to show restraint in how it goes about such an operation?
We're going to let the Israelis talk about their military operations, particularly in the future tense. I mean, we don't even talk about our operations in the future tense. So I don't want to get ahead of where things are. And I certainly am not going to talk about Israeli military planning, so I'll let them take that. You heard the president talk about this a little bit yesterday, this idea of, you're asking about restraint. I mean, nobody wants to see any more innocent life lost. None. Nobody, no matter who you are. If you're an innocent civilian, you didn't cause this, you didn't ask for this, and you shouldn't be having to fear for your life. Nobody wants to see that happen. And I think it's important to remind that, especially on the Palestinian side, Hamas is directly endangering their lives, headquartering themselves in hospitals and schools, residential buildings, using the Palestinian people as human shields. They didn't ask for that either. And Hamas doesn't speak for the majority of the Palestinian people or their aspirations for peace and security. I think that's an important place to start this conversation. Unlike the United States, unlike Israel, as the president said yesterday, who have respect for the rule of law and the law of armed conflict and respect for human life. Hamas has none at all. So again, we'll let the Israelis speak for their military operations. Our focus squarely right now in these still early hours, and they are early hours, is to make sure that the Israelis have what they need.
So I just want to clarify the numbers here. I think, Corinne, you just said that 17 Americans remain missing. Is that the latest number? I think yesterday you had said 20. I just want to make sure we're operating.
Train everybody. Just give everybody
There
the
is
money.
17 that are missing and 22 that are dead.
And is there anything you can share with us about anything you know about the condition of the hostages? And also, has there been any kind of communication with Hamas, either directly or with our allies or partners, about securing their release? Is there any kind of receptiveness that they've shown even to talking about this issue?
So let me take the second one first. Obviously, we're in discussions not only with the Israelis about what hostage recovery could look like, but with other allies and partners in the region. And there are some countries like Qatar that have open lines of communication with Hamas. So of course we're casting the net wide, as you would expect we would. We want to get these all the hostages back with their families, particularly the American hostages, no question about that. Now where they are and in what condition, no. Sadly, we don't know. And that makes efforts very, very difficult, again, in these early hours. But we don't know. We don't know where they are. We don't know if they're all in one group or broken up into several groups. We don't know if they're being moved and with what frequency and to what locations. All of those questions we're working hard to answer.
I understand you're casting a wide net, but has any communication actually been made with Hamas?
I'm just going to leave the answer the way I gave it to you. I think just like in any other case when we're talking about getting Americans home overseas that have been held hostage or wrongfully detained, the less you say out there publicly, the better.
Thank you. And two on this region and one on another in this hemisphere that I know some outlets in this room have questions about. First, on the humanitarian corridor, is it accurate that the Egyptians have rejected calls to allow for one?
I think you'd have to talk to the Egyptian authorities on that.
Talks continue, or
we believe that safe passage is important, and we want to see a safe passage corridor opened up. We also believe it's important that humanitarian assistance have a way to continue to get to the Palestinian people. And as Jake mentioned yesterday, we're in active discussions with the Israelis and with the Egyptians about that.
There's, of course, this ongoing intelligence assessment and now political debate over Iran, what it knew, what it may have done to support Hamas in all of this. Even if there's no direct evidence linking Iran to this specific attack right now, does the U.S. believe Iran needs to pay some kind of a price or be some kind of retribution for having supported Hamas all along up to this point?
I mean, the question almost, and I'm not picking on you, Ed, but it implies that that we're just now waking up to the fact that they've been supporting Hamas and Hezbollah and other terrorist networks. Hamas is one of the most highly sanctioned terrorist networks on the planet, largely because of what we've been doing here in the United States to target them. And Iran, my goodness, just since the beginning of this administration, we have sanctioned some 400 plus entities with more than 40 different sets of sanction regimes, 30 of those just this past year alone. We've increased our military presence in the Gulf region because of their attacks on maritime shipping. We have added additional sanctions because of their support to Russia and the fact that they're still providing drones and technology to Mr. Putin so he can kill innocent Ukrainians. And now we've added our military capability. We've added to it from a naval perspective in the Eastern Med. So nobody has turned a blind eye to Iranian destabilizing behavior. Now, I think what you're trying to get at is this particular set of attacks. What Jake said yesterday still holds. We obviously recognize that there's broad complicity here by the Iranians, because of the longstanding support to Hamas. Hamas wouldn't have been able to function at all had it not been for propping up by the Iranian regime, but we haven't seen any specific evidence that tells us they were witting, involved in the planning, or involved in the resourcing and the training that went into this very complex set of attacks over the weekend.
There's one other, I mentioned an issue here in this hemisphere that there are outlets in this room I know curious about. There have been several days now of protests in Guatemala that have essentially locked down parts of the country amid the ongoing protracted, difficult presidential transition. Just curious if you can give us a sense of how the U.S. is monitoring that and whether it has any message for protesters who continue to hold up some parts of society that have blocked gasoline and food shipments to parts of the country.
We certainly aren't going to involve ourselves in internal Guatemalan politics. We obviously believe in free and fair elections. We believe in democratic voices. And we certainly believe in the right of
everybody,
protest.
give them
People
all
should
money,
have the
Guatemala.
right to protest
Now
whatever
it's
they
their
want to
turn.
do, as long as they do it peacefully and in a way that doesn't
Guatemala's
put others
over
at
here
harm.
like, hey,
Can we
get somebody?
John, you mentioned wanting to avoid actors in the region taking advantage of this. Can you give us a sense of who you think might take advantage of this that you're worried about?
I think there's a, unfortunately, long list of actors in the region that are hostile to Israel. Hezbollah is one of them, and we've been watching with concern some of the rocket attacks that have come across the northern border of Israel from Lebanon, which obviously were coming from Hezbollah. So we're clearly concerned about that.
Concerned about Iran as well?
We're always concerned about Iran. And Iran's hostility to Israel doesn't need any reaffirmation by us. It's out there plain to see. So yeah, of course we're concerned about Iran.
You mentioned the humanitarian corridor, but more just staying on the topic of the humanitarian issue. What can be done, or what is the U.S. doing to prevent a humanitarian crisis in Gaza? The situation now about power, water, food.
Yeah, as I said, we believe that humanitarian assistance is important for the Palestinian people that live in Gaza, and we are going to continue to pursue options to make sure that they get that humanitarian assistance.
Yeah, so is the U.S. in conversation with the Palestinian Authority or the Palestinian community here in the U.S.?
We have been routinely in communication with the Palestinian Authority. There's not meetings or discussions, in recent hours that I can speak to, but we have long maintained an open line of communication with them.
How about, does the U.S. also condemn perhaps potential war crimes Israelis are committing in Gaza, against Gaza?
Well, our focus right now is making sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself against these attacks.
If I could ask you first just about something that you referred to, which is the reported incursion into northern Israel. There have been reports from the IDF. Do you have any new information to share on that? There were reports of paragliders initially. Any other additional information about that?
I've seen the reports. We've taken a quick look at them. We are not in a position to corroborate the validity of them. What I talked about with Jeff was rocket attacks that we know have occurred in recent days.
Then if I can, I just want to ask you separately about these hostages right now. Presumably 22 dead, at least 17 held hostage. Not only the number of dead could rise.
17 that we know are missing.
Excuse me.
And that number will fluctuate. It could rise, it could go down. I mean, as people maybe they're found safe and sound. So it's 17 today.
Understood. So about those who remain hostages right now, has the president ruled out sending any American forces of any kind into Gaza at any time to help secure their release if necessary to get them out safely?
We haven't made any policy options or operational decisions with respect to hostage recovery at this time. We are active. We haven't made any decisions about hostage recovery at this time. We just don't also have enough information, Peter, to be able to make decisions like that. But you heard Jake yesterday say, and the president has said, we'll do everything we can anywhere around the world to make sure that Americans held hostage have a path home and to be safe with their families. So we're keeping to Mary's question, obviously we're casting the wide net. We're also keeping the options wide open right now as we get more information, but we just don't have enough granularity to be able to fine-tune those options.
Has the president spoken to any of those unaccounted for or any of those Americans dead?
I know that the State Department has been in touch with most of the families of those that we know have been killed. I don't know if they've talked to all of them. I have no conversations from the White House to speak to.
Thank you.
What's the level of concern that American troops who are stationed in the Middle East might be a target of Iran or some proxy forces, and are there steps being taken to secure military installations?
Well, sadly, I mean, our troops in the Middle East are well familiar with the ebb and flow of security concerns for force protection. I mean, it's just part and parcel being deployed there. And it's never not a concern for commanders in the region when it comes to force protection, because some other event somewhere else could absolutely have repercussions for you and your troops. So without speaking to specifics, never do that. What the force protection measures look like, they change all the time. They certainly are adapted to the situation, and the Defense Department will and of course be able to speak to what they're doing.
And are you seeing any evidence of potential domestic threats that people might be inspired by these attacks to do harm here in the U.S. to synagogues or any other?
I know of no specific threats here domestically, based on like a spillover effect of what's happening between Israel and Hamas. I know of no specific threat streams here to speak to. But you heard the president talk about this yesterday. We're not going to assume anything. Because of the rise of anti-Semitism around the world, and certainly here at home, it makes perfect, prudent sense that we take the kind of action we have taken with local and state authorities to increase our intelligence posture, domestic intelligence posture, and to make sure that we're properly prepared to deter and disrupt any potential violent threat to the Jewish community here at home. And I think you'll hear the president talk about this a little bit more today.
Jackie, and then we'll go to the... Thank you, Corinne. John, this was a massive intelligence failure. Who bears responsibility for that?
You know something, Jackie? There's going to come a time when it's appropriate for us to take a look back retrospectively and see what the intel picture showed us or didn't show us, whether there's any gaps that need to be closed. There's going to be a time for that. And I suspect that our Israeli counterparts will do the same thing. Now's not that time. It's just not that time.
Can you speak to the reports that Israel was warned by Egypt?
I can't.
McCall from Foreign Affairs made that allegation this morning, saying that that was something that members were told on the Foreign Affairs Committee. So, has that been discussed at all, or is that something you're looking into?
I can't speak to specific intelligence matters. Again, there will be a time to look back at this, as we always do, and we will. Right now, we're sharpening the intelligence gathering and cooperation and sharing with Israel, as we should, since they're involved in active operations, and we're making sure that they get the tools they need.
Can you define what the direct link is when you guys talk about Iran not being involved, no direct link? What do you consider to be a direct link?
So what I'm referring to there is any evidence that we have that they were knowledgeable of and aware of these particular attacks. Now, of course, as Jake said yesterday, that they were obviously have been broadly aware of Hamas's hostility to Israel and to some of the broad planning that Hamas would do. But we haven't seen anything that tells us they knew specifically date, time, method, that they were witting to this. We haven't seen anything that tells us they specifically cut checks to support this set of attacks, or that they were involved in the training, and obviously this required quite a bit of training by these terrorists, or that they were involved in any directing of the operation. So again, I'll get to your. I promise I don't want you. I'm not trying to monopolize the time here, but it's not we're not one and done here either. We're going to continue to look at the intelligence stream and see if it leads us to a different conclusion. All I can do is be honest with you about the conclusions we're coming to today, and we just haven't seen that.
You kind of answered my follow-up, which is,
good.
Is it the position of the administration that at this stage Iran was not involved? I guess my question is, how can we know that this was in the planning for over a year and within a few short days say that Iran was not behind it?
Because that's what we think. Because we've been looking at it.
It is the position then?
What we think now.
Smoke weed every day.
Any evidence, specific evidence, that Iran was directly involved with these specific sets of attacks. That doesn't mean that, look, we're going to keep looking at it. The book's not closed on it. We're going to keep looking at that. But that's just where we are right now.
All right, we're going to move on. Go ahead, Anita.
I'm sorry to yammer on the Iran thing, but just briefly, what did Iran know?
Anita, we'll try and get to everything.
Sorry, what did Iran know and when did they know it? Where are we now? Where is the White House now and what they knew when they knew it about this attack?
I think I'd give you the same answer I gave Jackie.
Moving on to China, the foreign minister is coming to D.C. soon. Just wondering if you can preview what's on the agenda, who he's meeting with, and then
ماشي
What, man? Is there something you guys want? I'm about to turn this shit off. What? Can I do anything? It's either the cat or you. What? I'd write a ticket to somebody for an issue. The first time I tried doing it, it said the capture wasn't right. It was infuriating. I had to do it all over again because it reset all the forms. Okay, not. Alright. two might have just hit. Two got through, it looked like. Oh, they're probably getting intercepted somewhere else. should refresh every 30 seconds now. If you can read that, if you're on a bigger screen, you can read it. It's up-to-date news that's happening with this.
استهداف سيارة ولا ما بيصير احتمال استهداف سيارة لا وين القاعدية هي وين في مصر شوفوا وين هي شوي هي سيارة هذول أشياء سيارة تتحرك الكثافات سيارة
I'm just looking. I'm trying to figure something out right now, so it's kind of weird.
يا محمود ان شاء الله يبارك.
Let the my ladies outside. Alright guys, I'm not trying to ignore y'all, dude. My mouth is really fucking flared up. I'm having stomach pains. I'll be back.
لا وصل لك تصوير؟ وين الثاني؟
لا يا زلمة اشتغل
يوسف مين؟
وين رايح؟ تو اكتشفت يوسف لما رحت غير المنطقة.
وبلال؟
ايه؟
وبلال؟
بلال مش عنده.
يكون نازل على الشارع.
اوه يا ريتني ما ذكرنا.
إيه إيه إيه.
ابعدنا عن الشباك.
نفس المكان.
Okay.
بلال ناموا تحت عشان الطخ ناموا تحت. قول له يوسف ينام تحت مش فوق. شوفوا فوق هو. لا
مش فوق لا
كله تحت.
نام تحت.
يا عمال مش.
احسن
وسخني.
Marina Marie, yes I have. Biggest fleet. Go back to bed right now, though. Maybe might be something I do. I think about it. How's your day been? Hello. Don't forget to do the awesome emoji on YouTube to get free dough.
لا والله في المكتب. الحمد لله. 7 غرفات. 7 غرفات.
I don't know, Jack. We just got something done.
بعدين موبايل كان 6 غرز كيف صاروا 7؟ 6 غرز كيف صاروا 7؟ 6 غرز 7
I took some meds for my autoimmune disorder. And it's giving me some stomach issues right now. I just unloaded.
الباب المفتوح على فكره حتى الشكل الثاني ثابت جاي
Like, what's helping? I just started taking it again about 30, 45 minutes ago. It didn't take long to start bubble gutting me. It was way worse a minute ago, that's why I had to leave. I was like, okay. Hey, Serena. Got better now, it's just I'm a little down and out. How damn I drink 8 a day, man. It's gotta be making it worse. I don't think I've had any sugar today either. Gotta get on top of this, man. It's been dragging me down for a while. to get back on the hill. Good luck, Jack. Hey, Bill. Getting tickets are gonna be rough. Try something else, man. That's all I can do for now. Disappears when I'm not. Oh, I see why. Wow. Huh. I didn't see him come out. Still have. Hey, sister, hey, girl, you do. Pulling down Twitch the way you do.
I thought I was your snack pack.
I don't even know what that's from. the heck am I doing wrong? But why did it do that? Oh no, it's gonna fucking turn OBS off right now. It's damn it. Oh, it did. Thing. Good. Okay, now it should be back. Fuck. Broken. I thought I was going to boot the stream offline. It was closed. Okay.
زي ما بقول صلاة سريعة
way back here to Heathrow, and as I mentioned, the people we've spoken to, travellers, journalists, families and the like, saying it has been a very long and exhausting day. Some of them, of course, just trying to get home. But as we've already mentioned, BA having now decided to cancel all flights for the foreseeable future, in a statement saying that safety is always our highest priority.
Rachel, thank you. Let's bring you some breaking news now. The Department of Digital Culture, Media and Sport, the DCMS, has spoken.
BWI Marshall Airport temporarily shuts down terminal roadway due to investigation. Washington? That's what I'm looking at. This backup they got over. That's all it is. What the hell's going on out there, man? The headline for it. No audio. Dude, it seems pretty serious out there at the airport. It's only 20 minutes old and live.
ישראל מאוחד.
Guess they're still flying out, not that serious, huh? I'm showing a little leg for the ladies. Yeah. But
absolutely horrific reports revealing the atrocities Israeli soldiers are uncovering as they respond to Hamas attack sites. Dozens of dead babies, some of them decapitated, full cups of coffee on the table, blood on the ground. Lior Prosers, a former lieutenant for the Israeli Defense Forces, and he joins me now. Let's be realistic. This entire ordeal that the Israeli people are going through is horrific, and every story coming out of there makes your heart sink. But when it comes to 40 babies, I've struggled to come up with a rationale, with a reasoning. The only question I can ask you is, what kind of an animal can commit an act so grotesque?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if you and the viewers know, but essentially every Israeli in high school in their senior year goes on a trip to Eastern Europe, to Poland, to see the death camps, to see the concentration camps, really sort of to try and physically get in the shoes of the people that went through that brutality in the Holocaust and World War II. And I think that nothing can prepare people, the people on the ground, to what we're seeing, sort of, in the southern border. The communities mowed down, families butchered and murdered, as you said, babies slaughtered. This is, truly, truly unconscionable. And I think that sort of, what you're seeing is a move from, shock, awe, disgust, and grief, now sort of to an amazing national unity that I don't think anyone has seen before. There's literally every single person doing what they can to assist, whether it's bloodlines, support, 150% of reservists joining up and volunteering. It really is an incredible sort of feeling of national unity, sort of to try and, with the power of, everyone together to try and get sort of beyond, if that's possible, these insane acts.
I can't imagine what this does to the psyche of a soldier. I think for some it has to just knock them out, but at the same token, it has to inspire them to fight. As to the fight, you know the training that the IDF goes through. You've gone through that training yourself. Walk us through what they are doing, literally as we speak, to prepare for the fight ahead.
So first of all, there's what I call the receipt of the phone call. There's the automated phone call that comes in and essentially calls you up, and what's called an Edict 8, which essentially brings you in immediately, and you go and you grab your gear and you meet all your team and friends, and then you head down either to the south, or a lot of teams are also going up to the north to prepare. And then essentially you have a very tense few days where on the one hand you're preparing tactically, studying the maps, understanding where your team and your platoon need to be positioned, the navigation routes, and on the other hand, sort of a very tense feeling because in the fog of war, the soldiers have no idea when you're going to go in. So it's really trying to be as prepared as possible. I'd have to tell you, to your point, this is, yes, it's tense, but it's also a privilege. The fact that Israel does have the ability to defend itself, that we are not like we were 75 years ago, and that's something that every person, every soldier feels before going, and that it is a privilege to be in that position.
In the 30 seconds we have remaining, you are someone who participated in a ground invasion of Gaza. As briefly as you can, explain what that entails for the soldiers, because we've been told it's a lot of, I don't want to say hand-to-hand, but door-to-door, close quarters, urban warfare.
Absolutely. It's the most difficult type of warfare you can imagine. Very dense urban warfare. You need to, as you said, go house by house. The amount of booby traps and tunnels that are used to surprise and try to abduct soldiers are everywhere. And that's something that you have to prepare for. You have to be very, very sort of vigilant and diligent sort of in every action. And this is what the people on the ground are focused on right now. And if possible, I know it's a bit off topic, but I do think that it is something that everyone, at least in Israeli here in New York, and everyone on the ground is feeling. It is that feeling, that a friend in need is a friend indeed, and really sort of, I feel like the outpour of support from across the U.S., from all the different communities, the leaderships, sort of both sides of the aisle, has been amazing. And just so you know that it is really felt on the ground, and everyone appreciates it incredibly.
this one in it too. It's out of hands. That's New Orleans for rice, boy. Don't you eat my rice. My rice. I got one bowl there. You done eat all up last night. All the fucking bowl of Zatarans I got. You know I fucking love my Zatarans, boy. Go see some frosted flakes or something. I know you like some frosted flakes for dinner, boy. Go on. Go have you some frosted flakes. Put some extra sugar on them. Like grandma likes them. So are they voting for this shit yet? Oh, look at this, a Palestinian trans activist. What the fuck? Breaking news.
Health officials have already said goes on. So I think that's the best way. I would love to hear your answer because you are.
This guy's got 3 people watching, 134 people.
I am a part of the LGBTQ community, but I do not understand. This is my sexuality compared to identity, and those are 2 different things. There's a 2 different things, dude. When it comes to gender and it comes to sexuality, there's a 2 different things. So I hate when people try to speak for trans people that are not trans.
Dude, a Palestinian person would slit this dude's throat in Gaza if it came down to it.
Oh, I love it.
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
I have 2 different answers, one for non-trans people and then one for trans people.
They're cutting babies in half.
Trans people, for non-trans people, let's start there. I will say, really
he's
get
a
educated
Palestinian
around
sympathizer
what is
trans.
transness and how has transness just shown up
world,
throughout time and history. I find that oftentimes a lot of people will try to defend trans folks, but they'll ultimately be upholding the same narratives that are inherently transphobic, right? And so really understanding kind of the history of trans kids in general, right? And trans folks throughout time, like trans people are not new. Trans kids are not new. We've always been here from the very beginning of time. Transness has always existed, but that's not the common narrative, right? And even when people try to stand up for trans folks, oftentimes they'll kind of make transness feel or seem as if it's like this modernity thing, right? Of like this consequence of civilization, and that because we're a civilized society or whatever,
so
we should do better.
That the dude wants to have all this facial hair while looking like a female. They're just creating their own sexes at this point, their own genders. Like, I want to be both a male and a female and a Zorg at the same time. I'm from the planet Zorgon.
About, and so even now they're still talking about it as like biological sex versus like
that's what I'm talking about,
like that. And it's like no, like biological
I don't give a
sex
shit if I'm losing viewers. Those viewers can fuck off. They fucking
but
agree
you
with
just
this
need to
dumb
really
shit.
get educated around those topics.
Everybody
And so
just see
a
this
book that I usually
craziness.
recommend to individuals that actually specifically talks about blackness and transness. It's called Black on Both Sides by C. Riley Snorton. And there's a few other books that I would highly recommend as well. So like History of the Trans Child. There's a ton of amazing literature out there that really highlight more of the historical perspective of transness and how that's intersected with different forms of oppression, and in particular in the last few hundred years, how that's changed. And then in terms of like the context of like this conversation in the world that we're in 2023, right? And watching the like right wing really pushing for additional anti-trans legislation, right? And the narrative out there is like even a year ago, right? Like has kind of shifted, and we're seeing that And unfortunately, that's just something that's a consequence to election seasons, right? Trans people are like a really easy target for a lot of individuals who don't ever want to be held accountable for any of the disasters that are all around us, right? So instead of talking about the climate disaster and the catastrophe that's existing around us, instead of talking about all of the other forms of oppression that are existing, just...
Dude, fucking idiots. They make us talk about them. All they want to do is have us fucking talk about them. We got wars and shit going on. And they're like, hey, we're trans over here.
Sparring missiles in the skies over southern Israel. Hamas rockets being taken out by Israeli ones. A typical morning in the town of Sderot,
Why aren't they talking
2 miles
about
from
us?
Gaza.
Don't you know I'm a tranny now? I did it!
So we've just come to Sderot to try and get a view of Gaza with reports that the Israeli ground operation might be starting. Not been able to verify that. But as we got here, there was the sound of the siren, then the Iron Dome rockets taking off.
Oh, you did it? What are you going to do next? I don't know. I did it already. I did it.
And
I don't have to do anything next. But do this.
Which is probably a bit of one of the rockets that's
now.
left after the interception by the Iron Dome. On the street, soldiers on guard after reports of Hamas infiltrators. Before more rockets came in, the atmosphere here, say volunteers, is one of constant fear.
What do people here say to you? How do they feel?
They're scared. They don't go out from the house.
Oh, well, you
Fear
live in
and
Israel.
Grief after Saturday's
I'm
horrendous
sorry,
attacks.
you live in a fucking war zone. Guess what? You might be scared of me now and then, buddy.
There's friends killed. They know it now. A few days after.
That's the price to live near where Jesus walked.
It's very, very sad thing.
Today, Britain's Foreign Secretary James Cleverly was racing to the shelters too, in the town of Ofakim, which saw some of the worst attacks over the weekend.
I was reminded of the fact that whilst this was an unusual, in fact the first time I've had to experience that directly, for the Israelis living in that part of the country, this is not only sometimes a daily occurrence, but many times during the day. And it's a stark reminder of the threat that many Israelis
The chicks with dicks are the reason why, part of the reason why we're close to World War III, man. It all ties in, especially
Israel
since
is
that
a
was a
country on
Palestinian
edge.
sympathizing
In the north, there were
trans.
sirens
How
with
weird is
tensions
that?
remaining high over the border with Lebanon. The
fuck, how
crisis
many
has
of those
brought
are you gonna
together two
find?
bitter rivals
Probably
in
a lot,
Israeli
'cause they're
politics.
retarded.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and opposition leader Benny Gantz in a new
I can
emergency
see them all going on a
government.
field trip
Would have
over to
been
Gaza, see how that
unthinkable
turns
just
out.
days ago. Israel is gearing up for its ground offensive in Gaza, mustering tanks and armor. It is, say, commanders working to a plan.
We've been striking Gaza for a couple of days already, very hard. Every place where we know there are Hamas activists or Hamas leaders, we attack. The IDF is working well. It is doing things accurately and strongly.
300,000 troops have been mobilized. It is just a matter of time before they go into Gaza now, facing an enemy that ignores the rules of war and has proved itself more capable than ever before.
Wait, did they really get conscripted at 16?
And Dominic joins me now from Ashdod in southern Israel. So Dominic, a war footing, now a war cabinet. How significant is that? And can a unity government work?
18.
Yes, a war cabinet is something that Israelis are used to in times of conflict. I think it's something that other countries might find unusual to see such arch rivals, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, and Benny Gantz, the leader of the National Unity Party, putting aside their differences, burying their political hatchets for now, and going together to form a unity.
Ultra-Orthodox men have long flouted the requirement.
Emergency war cabinet, which will be a small cabinet. It'll just be those two men and Yoav Gallant, who is the
I didn't know this
minister.
part. Everybody except for Arab citizens of Israel who are permitted to volunteer although most don't.
And a couple of other observers. It's not entirely clear what's going to happen to
So they could have
Netanyahu's far-right partners in his
to
coalition government that has caused so much controversy here.
Right?
But for now, those differences that have polarised and really divided this country will be set aside in terms of the differences between those two leaders, and they will work together to try and deal with this conflict and this crisis that has erupted in Israel. For peace and a time for war. Now is a time for war, he said. He said, at this time, we are all Israel's soldiers. And speaking together, they said, our standing here together, shoulder to shoulder, sends a clear message to our enemies. So I think Israelis listening to that late tonight will be hoping that that is some reassurance, some consolation, that despite the enormous setbacks, the monumental failure of their military and intelligence echelons of their government, the two leaders now that have been leading the opposite ends of this argument that has really divided Israel over judicial reforms, have now settled their differences for now, and they hope that will give a new focus, will unite Israel politically, but also give a new focus militarily as we look ahead to what Israel is now planning to do in Gaza.
Yeah, and on that point, how close are we, do you think, to this new phase of the war?
Mark, from what we've seen, and we've heard for 3 days now from the Israelis, that even though the air offensive has been underway pretty much since those attacks happened on Saturday, they've been saying a ground offensive is imminent. And what we have seen is a build-up of armour. We've seen the most amount of heavy armour I think any of us have seen in one place, a mass just north of Gaza. Other armour may be hidden and secreted into the woods and the fields around Gaza. It's very hard for us as journalists to get anywhere close to the Gaza border. They also say, the Israelis, that they have mobilised 300,000 troops. We saw some of those troops. They're being bussed in coaches, one coach after another, to towns like Sderot, where we went today, and they are there in huge numbers, and they are sort of fanning out through the towns. There's no real sign yet, Mark, of any kind of imminent ground offensive, despite what the government is saying. But I think we can assume that something is being planned and is likely to happen, likely to be going ahead in the coming days. And we've seen D9 bulldozers that will be forcing their way into Gaza. They'll be followed by tanks. It will be very difficult fighting in densely populated urban neighbourhoods, but Israel feels it has no option now, no choice but to go into Gaza, take the risk of tackling Hamas head on in those urban neighbourhoods, whatever the risks.
OK, Dominic, thanks very much. We'll talk again a little later in the programme. Now, the agreement for this unity government sees the formation of a war management cabinet, essentially, to a greater sense of what this war cabinet's actions might look like. Earlier, I spoke to Mark Regev, a senior advisor to Mr. Netanyahu.
We have been planning for the possibility. Once again, we don't want it, but we know it's a possibility, and therefore we've had to plan our military doctrine accordingly, and we can fight, if need be, a two-front war.
Now, what will be the scale and the purpose of the intensification of Israel's war on Hamas in the coming hours or coming days?
This is not another round of fighting between Israel and Hamas. As you rightly say on your logo, it's a war. This is not another Israeli army operation which is going to be over in a few days. We want to come out of this with a different reality. Gaza will not be the same. Some people in the international community are calling for an immediate ceasefire and so forth. No, they've hit us hard. They've declared war on us. We didn't want the war, but if war has started, they wanted the war, but this war will finish on our terms.
So your intention is to eradicate Hamas? Is it wipe out Hamas from Gaza?
When this is over, yes, the terrorists in Gaza will have not the capability to inflict upon Israel the sort of attack they did last Saturday. We will have destroyed that capability, and they won't have the motivation, the desire to do so as well, because they will understand that hitting Israel the way they did hurts them ultimately much more than it hurts us. The most important thing is to complete the mission. If the mission is not successful, if we're just back to square one, then we'll have an attack like we had on Saturday in a month or two or in half a year. What's the point? we've got to find a solution to this. And a solution is a situation where the situation in Gaza has radically changed. Look, we pulled out of the Gaza Strip in 2005. We took down all the settlements and we pulled back to the international frontier. And everyone in the international community embraced that. They said, good on you, Israel. You pulled back to the 67 line, you took down the settlements, you gave the Palestinians self-rule. And who took over? Who filled the vacuum? Hamas. We saw Hamas use ISIS-type tactics in the way they dealt with the people that they came across in southern Israel when they were on our side of the frontier. And in many ways, if you think about it, ISIS was terrible, and Hamas is their partner in crime, so to speak. But ISIS never had the support of a sovereign state. Iran is supporting Hamas, and that gives them power. They've helped them arm, they've helped them train, they've helped finance their terrorist machine. And Hamas wouldn't be what it is today without Iran.
Well, the rhetoric from Israel's government is uncompromising. So what hope is there of a humanitarian corridor into Gaza, and how badly is aid needed? Here's our data and forensics correspondent, Tom Cheshire.
Gaza is one of the most densely populated areas in the world. Look at this chart. Every white dot on it represents a built-up part of the district, so you can see the density. More than 2 million people living in an area of just 145 square miles. Compare that to London, for example, you get a sense of the scale that we're talking about. And those 2 million people are already being displaced. This map shows the proportion of people who've moved out of their homes into shelters run by the UN. If you look over here, up in the north of Gaza, it is as high as 15% of the population. And this shows just how many people have been displaced in total. Up from 3,000 before the start of the war, all the way jumping to 250,000, more than 250,000 today, an eighth of the population. And living conditions were already very difficult. This chart is about electricity in Gaza. So at the bottom in the blue, you have the power that Israel was supplying before the war. Above that, that's what was produced in Gaza by its sole power plant. And then all the rest above that is unmet demand. That's everything that wasn't being powered. On average, before the war, Gaza got just 13 hours of electricity per day. And now, with its last power station out of fuel, well, it has nothing. Amid airstrikes in her neighbourhood, influencer and student Sama Sharab told Sky News about just how desperate the situation is.
No shelters, water is gone, no internet, no electricity, no fuel, literally nothing. Hopefully we'll survive this time, but I doubt it.
More than half the population also rely on food assistance from the UN, and this shows how much harder it's got. It shows the proportion of those recipients who have to borrow money from relatives or friends or borrow food. At the start of the year, it was just 18%. That's gone up to 73% by June. And even more vital than food is water. On the evening of the 8th of October, Israeli authorities cut off the water supply to Gaza through 3 connection points. And that affected over 610,000 people in Gaza. It will exacerbate an already severe shortage in drinking water. And finally, this is what Gaza looked like from the satellite view before the weekend's attacks. This neighbourhood to the north is now unrecognisable to what it was before. And that's before any ground troops have moved in. It is probably going to get much worse.
Tom Cheshire there. Well, as Mark Regev told me a little earlier, Israel says it's ready to fight on a war on 2 fronts if Hezbollah attacks from the north. Our international correspondent Alex Rossi joins me now from Tyre in southern Lebanon. So Mark Regev may say that Israel is ready to fight on both fronts, Alex, but they certainly won't want to.
No, they won't want to at all. It would be a very bad scenario for Israel. It would also be a very bad scenario for the Lebanese people as well. We've seen the destructive power, really, of a war between Hezbollah and Israel in 2006. Now, Israel has certainly, as Mark Regev was saying, planned for that. We know that they're moving lots of armour towards the northern border as well, and it has been relatively active. But it's hard really to read into exactly what is happening at the moment. There have been 4 days of cross-border skirmishes starting on Sunday when Hezbollah attacked an Israeli radar station in the contested area, a disputed area of land which it claims as its own and Israel claims as its own. And it could be seen, I suppose, in many ways as a sign of solidarity with the Palestinian people, as have the skirmishes today, although they have been across border into Israel itself. But nothing really to suggest it is going to open up a second front. And there are many reasons why Hezbollah might not want to do that. Firstly, they know what will happen. Israel will carry out widespread bombing campaigns hitting civilian infrastructure. That would be extremely damaging. It would also be something that Hezbollah would have to contest with here in terms of its own popularity. Lots of Lebanese people, remember, are also suffering from a profound economic crisis. So it may be that they sit this one out on the sidelines. We see these skirmishes continuing. That's one side of it. The other side of it, of course, is that Israel does launch this ground incursion. Hezbollah has warned that it would get involved if that happens, particularly if the Israelis thrust deep into Gaza. So we really watch this space. But certainly if another front does open up, it would be catastrophic for really everybody involved, particularly the civilian populations.
Absolutely. Alex, thank you very much indeed. You're watching a special programme on the war between Israel and Hamas. Still to come, the heroic private security guard who fought off Hamas fighters at the music festival in the Israeli desert. Sky News visits a makeshift hospital in Tel Aviv, which has hostages captured by Hamas, who could soon be in the line of fire of a ground invasion.
I know that's what you're there for. Gotta give people what they want, man. What can you say? I'm a people pleaser. At my own expense. Thursday or Friday? I say right now, baby, let's go! Let's get this show on the road. I want to see the tracer rounds.
As Israel plans its ground offensive into Gaza, there are international appeals for its military to consider the civilian cost. That includes some 160 hostages kidnapped by Hamas and taken into the enclave. The United States has sent a team of experts to help with efforts to secure their freedom. And the US Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, is now on his way to Israel.
We lost 22 Americans. That number could still go up, and it probably will. At the same time, we have a number of Americans who remain unaccounted. We are working very closely with the government of Israel to determine their whereabouts and, if they have been taken hostage by Hamas, to work to secure their release.
And our US correspondent Mark Stone joins me now from Washington. And Mark, what will Anthony Blinken be hoping to achieve with his visit?
Well, primarily to try and contain what could very quickly spiral into a regional crisis. You heard from Alex Rossi there how dangerous it is on the north and how quickly that could spiral. He will meet with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm sure he'll meet with many other members of the Israeli political and perhaps military top brass as he tries to contain a very, very dangerous moment. I'm also told by Palestinian sources that he plans to meet, or certainly the Palestinians plan for their president, Mahmoud Abbas, to meet Anthony Blinken in Amman, Jordan, tomorrow. Anthony Blinken's schedule takes him to Amman after he's been to Israel. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, clearly distinct from Hamas in Gaza. Mahmoud Abbas is in charge of the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, a distinct organization. He is due to travel to Amman tomorrow, as is Anthony Blinken, and the two of them are set to meet. This has not yet been confirmed by the American side, but certainly it is the intention of the Palestinians in the West Bank, in Ramallah, that meeting will happen. And that is significant. We know that Anthony Blinken did speak on the phone to Mahmoud Abbas over the weekend, but a face-to-face meeting with the Palestinians at this crucial time will be important indeed, and controversial. I think some will see it as controversial if indeed it happens. Certainly what I'm told is the Palestinians are preparing for it to happen. Now, as well as that, there's clearly a huge amount of concern about the situation in Gaza, the humanitarian situation there. The Americans have made clear they're doing what they can with the Egyptians to try and get the Rafah border, the Rafah crossing in the south of Gaza, opened so that humanitarian aid can get in, and so that civilians, if they want to, are able to get out. Those talks are ongoing, and clearly no breakthrough there. And of course, there is concern about how Israel conducts itself with its attack on Gaza that is ongoing, and that is a conversation I had with the White House spokesperson John Kirby.
This is for Israel to speak to. It's not for the American government to issue rights to Israel. Israel is going to defend themselves. They certainly have our support. I don't think the president made that perfectly clear yesterday. They have our support as they continue to try to defend themselves.
And is there a line? Is there a line?
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals or speculate about what the future is going to look like.
Okay, well, let's talk about
the Israeli people have our support.
Okay, let's talk about what's happening now then. Food supplies cut off, water supplies cut off, electricity cut off. Medics in Gaza saying they are now having to choose only the most critically ill or critically injured to try and save.
I will just say that we understand, and there has long been a humanitarian situation there in Gaza, and the United States continues to believe that humanitarian assistance should still get to the people of the Palestinians that live in Gaza. They're not to blame here. It's not their fault. They didn't invite Hamas in to do this, and they, as I said earlier, they are falling victim to what Hamas has done, how Hamas has been using them basically as shelters.
So the news this hour is that Mahmoud Abbas and the Secretary of State Tony Blinken are due to meet tomorrow in Amman.
Okay, Mark, thank you very much indeed. You're watching a special Sky News programme from Jerusalem. Coming up, tensions in Israel as the military is criticised for its slow response to Hamas's attacks. Plus, how a basement car park in Israel has been transformed into a fully functioning hospital. And we'll be discussing whether or not there's widespread support in Israel for a protracted war with Hamas. I'll be joined by the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post.
United States, Mr. Douglas M. Hoff.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm going to start by just saying the Vice President and I are outraged at these horrific terrorist attacks in Israel perpetrated by Hamas. We are outraged. With our broken hearts, we are sending our love, our strength, and our unwavering support to the people of Israel. I'm honored to be with all of you today as an American, as a patriot who loves this country, but also as a Jew. And like all Jews, I feel a deep, visceral connection to Israel and its people. We witnessed a mass murder of innocent civilians. It was a terrorist assault. There is never any justification for terrorism. There are no two sides to this issue. The images that we saw will be seared in our brains forever. Rockets falling on cities, people dragged from their homes and shot dead, children sheltering from bullets, bodies lining the streets. And all the while, we see videos of these terrorists cheering on these atrocities. The toll on Israel and the Jewish community is hard to imagine, but we can imagine it because it's happening. And I know many of you have sent texts and calls this weekend checking on loved ones. And I know too many of you received heartbreaking replies. And we know today that at least 22 Americans won't be coming home. I know you're all hurting. The entire Jewish community is hurting. I'm hurting. And we grieve with you. We stand with you. But thank God we have the steady leadership of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris during this unthinkable time in our history. Their moral compass, their calm, their empathy are what we need in this time of crisis. And we saw that yesterday when President Biden, with Vice President Harris and Secretary Blinken by his side, powerfully addressed the nation and made clear to the world that Israel has the United States' unwavering support. Our president and vice president are making sure Israel has what it needs to defend itself. We are grateful for their leadership and support for Israel at this exceptionally difficult time. We also acknowledge and address how these events will impact us as Jews, why we're here to have this discussion. And I know many of us feel a deep fear that these attacks will, unfortunately, and already have, led to a rise in hate and anti-Semitism. We're already seeing it. And that's why this discussion and the work you and your organizations do is so vitally important. Almost a year ago, I sat right in this spot, in this very room, and many of you were here with me that day.
Dude, if we don't approve of everything they do, you're considered anti-Semitic.
And then we called attention to the epidemic of hate that we're facing. And following that meeting, we took action. And in May, the Biden-Harris administration released the first ever national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. The plan includes over 100 meaningful actions we are taking right now to fight back against anti-Semitism and hate. And each of you played a role in crafting this strategy. We couldn't have done this without you. So thank you for the work that you've done, that you're continuing to do. And as we're going to discuss later, myself and the Biden-Harris administration officials are working with federal, state, and local leaders to implement this plan across the country. We're going to continue to bring people together, and importantly, we're going to build coalitions to fight back against hate. We cannot do this alone. The story of the Jewish people has always been one of perseverance and resilience. In dark times, we come together and we fight back, and we also seek to build a better world. Last year, before my trip to Poland and Germany, President Biden took me into the Oval Office. He told me how his father had taught him about the horrors of the Holocaust, and how he later traveled to Dachau with his children and grandchildren to teach them those same lessons. So I know firsthand how important it is to President Biden to preserve our Jewish history and to make sure that hate has no safe harbor in America and the world. As an American Jew, I am so grateful that in this moment of tumult and pain, we have Joe Biden as president and Kamala Harris as vice president. It is now my honor to introduce a true advocate for the Jewish community. Please join me in welcoming President Joe Biden.
folks, I came first of all to say thank you. Thank you to all of you in this room. You've not only cared, but you've been breaking your neck the last couple of years to deal with this overall issue of anti-Semitism. And I know many of you are personally impacted by what's happened in Israel. There are thousands of dual citizens, maybe some of your relatives that are there. And Doug, I want to thank you for all the work you've done on behalf of our administration to combat anti-Semitism. And I apologize, I've been on the phone around the clock with our friends around the world, quite frankly, discussing what's going on in Israel. And I want you to know that I want to thank you as well for, all of you as well, for working, the work you're doing to bring comfort and in this moment of grief for those who are grieving as well. And you'll read this weekend in synagogue, the Torah teaches us that God made stars to, quote, give light on the earth and separate light from darkness. Give light on the earth and separate light from darkness. You know, it's been hard to find that light during the darkness of these past few days. When terrorist groups like Hamas brought not only terror, but sheer evil to the world, evil that echoes the worst and matches, in some cases exceeds the worst atrocities of ISIS. More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered in Israel. By the way, I've been speaking with a number of Israeli leaders, a number of leaders around the world, leaders in the region as well. And, you know, among those who have been victimized, this evil, who've been killed, are at least 22 American citizens. This attack was a campaign of pure cruelty, not just hate, but pure cruelty against the Jewish people. And I would argue it's the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust. The deadliest day since the Holocaust. One of the worst chapters in human history that remind us all that expression I learned from my dad early on, silence is complicity. Silence is complicity. It really is. And I want you to know, I think you've already figured it out, I refuse to be silent. I know you refuse to be silent as well. And you all, I know you're here with my senior staff. You all represent a voice that America has to hear. America can't be silent. You know, we not only reject terrorism, but it goes beyond that. It goes beyond rejecting terrorism. You know, I spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu for I don't know how many times, but again this morning. And already we're surging additional military assistance to the Israeli Defense Force, including ammunition, interceptors to replenish the Iron Dome, and we've moved the U.S. carrier fleet to the Eastern Mediterranean, and we're sending more fighter jets there in that region, and made it clear to the Iranians, be careful. We want to make it real clear. We're working on every aspect of the hostage crisis in Israel, including deploying experts to advise and assist with recovery efforts. Now, the press are going to shout to me, and many of you are, that, you know, what are you doing to get these folks home? If I told you, I wouldn't be able to get them home. Folks, there's a lot we're doing. A lot we're doing. I have not given up hope of bringing these folks home. But the idea that I'm going to stand here before you and tell you what I'm doing is bizarre. So I hope you understand how bizarre I think it would be to try to answer that question. In the days ahead, we're going to continue to work closely with our partners in Israel and around the world to ensure Israel has what it needs to defend its citizens, its cities, and to respond to these attacks. As I said yesterday, my commitment to Israel's security and the safety of the Jewish people is unshakable. The United States has Israel's back. and I have yours as well, both at home and abroad. You know, you can see the pain in some of your faces. I walked into this room. You okay, kiddo? Well, your fear for family, friends back in Israel. Worry about kids being targeted in school, about going about their daily lives. You're hurt by the downplaying of Hamas's atrocities and blaming Israel. This is unconscionable. And I've asked members of my team, including Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas and Attorney General Garland, to work intensively with our Jewish community partners so many of you here to set up security around Jewish life in America, identify, prevent, and disrupt emerging threats that occur. You know, we're also going to continue to condemn and combat anti-Semitism at every single turn, at every turn. You know, the past few days have been a solemn reminder that hate never goes away. Hold on a second, I used to think you could defeat hate, that you could make it, all it does is go underground. It just goes underground, it doesn't go away. It only hides until it's given a little oxygen, a little bit of oxygen. And that's why I've secured the largest ever increase in funding for physical security for nonprofits, including synagogues, Jewish community centers, Jewish day schools. And in May, we released the first ever national strategy.
What about migrant centers?
With the input from many of you in this room. Many of you in this room helped write that. It's the most ambitious, comprehensive effort to combat anti-Semitism in American history, in all of American history. And we're aggressively implementing it. But we must all do our part and forcefully speak out against anti-Semitism and push back against the attempts to deny or distort the facts. To make clear, there is no place for hate in America. Not against Jews, not against Muslims, not against anybody.
He wants to say migrants, I know he does.
You and so many leaders have across the country showing us what thousands of years of Jewish history has shown us. The enduring strength, and I mean this sincerely, the enduring strength and spirit of the Jewish community. If you excuse a point of personal privilege, you should say in the Senate. That's why I took my kids, everyone when they turned 14 years old, one at a time, put them on a plane and took them to Dachau. I wanted them to see that you could not know what was going on walking through those gates. You could not fail to understand as a country.
Dude, there are people, check it out. There are people that go there and they take selfies on the tracks for trying to sell some popsicles or whatever. You know what I mean?
Fact.
Apparently you can go there and not learn shit.
It had a profound impact on my children and my grandchildren. Some thought taking a 14-year-old grandchild did not make mistake, but I took them one at a time. I got 3 more to go. And folks, it's important. You know, the miracle of Israel is Israel. It's Israel itself. The hope it inspires. The light it represents to the world. And folks, I was asked in one of my very frank conversations with Bibi and with Herzog, so why do I feel so deeply about this? It's not about the region. I truly believe were there no Israel, no Jew in the world would be ultimately safe. It's the only ultimate guarantee. The only ultimate guarantee. The only ultimate guarantee. And folks, because of you, and I mean this sincerely, because you're speaking up.
Why do they need so much help to survive?
And the intellect and the brilliance you bring to this cause. I think we have a
why
chance
is it that they're so hated in the world?
End this
it's
in a way
weird.
that is, it makes it very difficult for it to be repeated. I want to thank you for your leadership. And as I said, there's a lot to talk about. And, but I'm really, quite frankly, concerned as to, it's hard to talk about this without detail. And it's contrary to our interests to let out the detail of what we're going on. I mean, this is just round the clock, as you understand. You fully understand. But, you know, I've known Bibi for over 40 years. A very frank relationship. I know him well. And the one thing that I did say, that it is really important that Israel, with all the anger, frustration, and just, I don't know how to explain it, that exists, is that they operate by the rules of war. The rules of war. And there are rules of war. And I believe Israel is doing everything in its power to pull the country together, stay on the same page, and we're going to do everything in our power to make sure Israel succeed, and God willing, to bring home those Americans who are in harm's way. I'm going to let you all have the private conversation you've been having, which you should continue to have, but it just came to basically, I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. I give you my word as a Biden. Thank you. Thank you for the intensity of your support. It matters. It matters that Americans see what's happening. I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children. I never thought I'd ever, anyway, but there are countries in the region that are trying to be of some help, including Arab nations that are trying to be of some help. So, anyway. Mr. President, where do you draw strength and inspiration in these troubling times? From my faith. From my faith. My faith that at the core of every human being is a spark of humanity and decency. It's got to be touched. It's got to be spoken to. That's what you do. That's why you're here. It's not about, you know, revenge. It's about decency. Just basically decent. Just basic decency. Treating people with a sense of, I don't know quite how to say it, but I know we can overcome
That's
this.
how they treat all the Palestinians.
I know we can overcome this.
Decency.
Look, I don't know anything about the kind of loss it's talking about, but I know a little bit like to feel loss. Lose people you adore. Get a phone call saying they're gone. I get that part. Not the same, but I get the part. And what I've learned is that as we persevere, we can grow. And the day will come when the memory of that person or those persons bring a smile to your lips before it brings a tear to your eye. It will happen. It will happen, but God, it takes a long time sometimes. And when it's born out of something that has been anything from a mistake to a vicious, vicious intent, you know, it varies in degrees. I'm not saying I know the same, but I just, look, I mean, I'll never forget, well, I won't go into that. Anyway, I just think that if we stay true to our values, pursue with every inch and every bit of our energy to get this right, we can bury this again and bring people back, bring people home and bring it together. I think we can change the Middle East. But then again, I have been referred to as a congenital optimist. And I'm not going to answer any questions from you guys right now, but my team here knows when the press is gone, they'll talk more directly to you. But even then, they're not going to be able to tell you all that we're doing and all that's going on. So.
Question, sir. Would we please say thank you? 80 years ago this week, a group of 400 rabbis came to Washington, hoping to meet with Franklin Delano Roosevelt and appeal to him to act to rescue the Jews who were being persecuted in Europe. And they were refused meeting with President Roosevelt. They were refused entry to the White House. And the fact that we are here today, and you have spoken as the President of the United States so clearly in support of Israel, so clearly in support of the Jewish people, and welcome leaders and representatives of the Jewish community into the White House for this discussion, shows what a dramatic distance we've traveled in these United States, and we as the Jewish community are blessed to live today in these United States, and we thank you for your leadership and your moral fire.
انا كله وديته عن الخبر اللي وراه تبعته بس نعمل له اشاعه كيف نعمل نحملهم كيف يعني مكسوره رجله بس يلاقي سير ولا يحب يحكي معك وما فعل خير
By the way, this is happening. So Israel's not doing anything wrong, though. Right? Or Israel can't do anything wrong. They're perfect. They're Israelis. I'm anti-Semitic for even showing this. Or no. I'm an anti-Jew because I'm showing the atrocities that the Jews are actually doing. Not Jews. It's okay if they do it. They're Jews. They got the hair tassels. They got the little sideburn tassels. And they do the headbanging. Okay. And they wonder why anti-Semitism is making a comeback.
هاي المؤتمر برنامج تحليل تصوير من وين يا جماعه؟
No one wants them. What do you mean? You talking to me? Okay. This fucking person's still
they even got
talking
Brent Sims.
about this shit. Dude, we were over here like an hour ago.
Swabia to get bombed. I'm never gonna forget that part. But they got him with the hoopla. Straight up. He's a bot now. He's a shell of the man he used to be. A fucking shell. Excuse my language, YouTube. I already know you're gonna take the video off because these are conversations you don't want to hear.
No, they aren't. Bullshit. No, they're not. They love this shit. Are you crazy, dude? This is what they...
Yeah, I mean, they just bombed the third oldest church in the world. In Gaza.
Just now?
It was a couple days ago. Yesterday.
Wow. Oh, that's a pro-Palestinian.
I can't keep track of days anymore. I don't know what day it is. I don't know what month it is. Who knows? But like these last couple of days, yeah, it's.
That's a tranny.
I mean, in the end of the day, it's, and people like to deny this, right? But their definitions of human are pretty messed up. They don't really know what that is, right? And so when a Palestinian child is killed. But that's not a human, right? And we saw that with Ukraine, right? Where the narrative was, but these are the civilized people. These are humans. And to be honest, of like, until a person fully interrogates that, because all of that is subconscious at this point, right? It's all of this conditioning over lifetimes, right?
Okay. Yeah, I can only take that in spurts. Oh, he's so smart. Wow. Man, he's probably a doctor of transgenderism. Dude, this is still going on. Now they're being told to remain at the terminal. Something going on at the airport in DC. I guess this is DC. I don't know. Yeah, Baltimore, Washington. Temporary shutdown. Terminal roadway happening. Might be a Palestinian with a bomb, bro. That's what I think. You should go to Palestine and see how it works out. Go to the gay club. A second U.S. carrier is on the way to the Mediterranean. This light.
National Affairs editor Dominic Waghorn has this report from Sderot, near the Gaza border.
Sparring missiles in the sky.
He's on that again. Not new, is it?
So we've just come to Sderot to try and get a view of Gaza with reports that the Israeli ground operation might be starting. Not been able to verify that. But as we got here, there was the sound of the siren. Then
probably. What is this getting recommended to me?
My animals keep getting sick on me. I keep having to take them to the vet and shit. I have to keep collecting money and working and getting money for vet bills and shit. But I'm telling you, Summer, if you don't leave fucking Sparky alone, oh girl, I'm coming back after you. I'm coming back after you. I'm doing a million videos on you and I'm fucking over it. Please stop. Leave Sparky. Leave her name out of your mouth. Fucking stop it. Stop it.
Fuck, man, YouTube lets anybody stream, dude. They got 1.4K subs, 32 people watching. What the? Why are they watching? A random YouTube recommends. Oh, no, it's not so random. Apparently she knows what's his name. What? Truth or Cobb. Bright TV and the whole gang. Nope. Is that what her name is? No, it's not what it showed her name as being.
Already hearing from the Turks that they regard what the Israelis are doing as a massacre, in the words of Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the Turkish president. So that is already a problem for the Israelis before they've even sent in any troops and tanks into Gaza. But clearly they are under enormous pressure now, the new emergency government that's been formed in Jerusalem, to do something and to do it quickly. There's consensus amongst those analysts and politicians that you've been talking to, and the Israelis we're talking to on the streets, that now is not the time to have a post-mortem on a massive failure that led to the attacks and the massacres over the weekend. That can be left for another date, but Netanyahu will be judged ultimately on how he deals with this threat. And the consensus amongst all the Israelis we've spoken to is that you can't just have what we've had in the past, what the Israelis call mowing the grass, having battles, having offensives in Gaza that reduce and minimise the risk, only for it to come back again. The Israelis we've spoken to want that grass uprooted. They say Hamas must be destroyed completely and neutralised. But that is a huge military challenge for Netanyahu and his commanders as they ponder when and how they send their troops and tanks into a densely populated, very urban area where it is very hard to find Hamas and to ultimately completely destroy it.
OK, Dominic, thank you very much indeed. Well, we heard there about the power outage in Gaza, and earlier in the programme, the calls from doctors for a humanitarian corridor. Our data and forensics correspondent, Tom Cheshire, has been looking at the deteriorating situation there.
Gaza is one of the most densely populated areas in the world. Look at this chart. Every white dot on it represents a built-up part of the district, so you can see the density. More than 2 million people living in an area of just 145 square miles. Compare that to London, for example, you get a sense of the scale that we're talking about. And those 2 million people are already being displaced. This map shows the proportion of people who've moved out of their homes into shelters run by the UN. If you look over here, up in the north of Gaza, it is as high as 15% of the population. And this shows just how many people have been displaced in total. Up from 3,000 before the start of the war, all the way jumping to 250,000, more than 250,000 today, an eighth of the population. And living conditions were already very difficult. This chart is about electricity in Gaza. So at the bottom in the blue, you have the power that Israel was supplying before the war. Above that, that's what was produced in Gaza by its sole power plant. And then all the rest above that is unmet demand. That's everything that wasn't being powered. On average, before the war, Gaza got just 13 hours of electricity per day. And now, with its last power station out of fuel, well, it has nothing. Amid airstrikes in her neighbourhood, influencer and student Sama Sharab told Sky News about just how desperate the situation is.
No shelters, water is gone, no internet, no electricity, no fuel, literally nothing. Hopefully we'll survive this time, but I doubt it.
More than half the population also rely on food assistance from the UN, and this shows how much harder it's got. It shows the proportion of those recipients who have...
Wish they didn't loop it so much, man.
giving Palestinians in parts of the West Bank and Gaza some self-government under the Palestinian Authority. But Hamas never recognized the deal, continuing to assail Israel with suicide bombers and other deadly attacks. By 1997, the United States designated the group a terrorist organization. Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005.
On getting through this.
Oh, Rachel. Right, Rachel Bade, this fight for speakership far from over. Our thanks to you, as always. And coming up next year, how the cross-section back.
Families here in California reporting
Israel.
It just started.
to look into what led to this moment between Israel and Hamas. Israel is just 75 years old, created in the aftermath of World War II. It lies at the cross-section of ancient history, as well as three religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. It's both a symbol of security and belonging to the Jewish people, as well as a catalyst for hundreds of thousands of Palestinian people who fled their homeland. ABC's chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pannell, is on the ground in Israel and brings us this story.
About the size of Philadelphia, the Gaza Strip was handed from British to Egyptian control until 1967, when the Six-Day War erupted. Israel seizing controls of the Palestinian territories of Gaza, the West Bank and Golan Heights. By the 1980s, as Palestinian anger over Israeli occupation of their land grew, Hamas emerged as an offshoot of the Egyptian-based Muslim Brotherhood. One key goal of the militant Islamic group, the eradication of Israel. A glimmer of hope for the region came in 1993. The historic Oslo Accords, signed between Israel's Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin and the Palestinian Liberation Organization's Yasser Arafat, giving Palestinians in parts of the West Bank and Gaza some self-government under the Palestinian Authority. But Hamas never recognized the deal, continuing to assail Israel with suicide bombers and other deadly attacks. By 1997, the United States designated the group a terrorist organization. Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005, but then, in a stunning development, Hamas won parliamentary elections in 2006, taking control violently the following year. In turn, Israel and Egypt imposed a blockade that partially sealed off the territory from the outside world. Today, with over 2 million residents, the Gaza Strip is one of the most densely populated areas on Earth. Two-thirds of the population is under 25 years old, and 80% are living in poverty. With support from Iran, Hamas began launching periodic rocket attacks into Israel. Israel responding in turn with airstrikes and even ground troops at times. Recent tensions fueled by an increasingly right-wing Israeli government, expansion of Jewish settlements on Palestinian land in the West Bank, deadly raids against militants in Palestinian towns, and in particular at the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. One child killed there, many injured, and it sparked outrage. Al-Aqsa is one of the most holy sites in Islam, but also venerated in Judaism as the Temple Mount. Last Saturday's bloody attack in Israel, named the Al-Aqsa Flood, bringing decades of conflict to a head, and what could prove to be a critical tipping point for an entire region.
And our thanks to Ian Pannell for that report. And I want you to know that Ian will be joining ABC News World News anchor David Muir and our reporters Matt Gutman and James Longman and others for a special edition of 2020 Israel at War, Living in Terror. So please join us at 10 p.m. Eastern tonight on ABC. Well, coming up next here, a young couple's lives upended in Israel after the attacks. We'll tell their story when we come.
Bro, it gets so boring right now. Fuck. Too boring. That's fucking pushed up, you're right. Put it in my mouth. One. Ah. Ah. Yeah. Ah, two. Ah. We got to go work, y'all. Pickpocket. They're still going, dude. They're still going.
I love it. Thank you so much for everybody in the chat for being involved as well too. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and follow as well too. If there's a subscribe or a follow, and I want everyone to have a very beautiful day. And we are out.
Blank period, yeah. On my black, brown, and indigenous. Gotta holler if you really feeling this. Gotta holler if you really real enough. Other rappers is delirious. Yeah, it's really that serious. Better holler if you really feeling me. I gotta keep it 100. Ayy, if you don't like it, then fuck it. Ayy, we gonna win in the end. Yeah, we gonna live in abundance. I gotta keep it 100. Ayy, if you don't like it, then fuck it. Ayy, we gonna win in the end. Yeah, we gonna. I gotta keep it 100. We gotta stop all the stunting. You know we coming from nothing. Yeah, you talking about money, you love it. We gotta do something different.
Dude, I'm surprised. He's only got 134 subs. Why is he? I'm not into it over here. Is he streaming somewhere else at the same time? Maybe Facebook is popping off much more. Must be. YouTube must use like his slow platform. I don't know why I got recommended it. Oh. They know what I want. Whoa. Big bright light. Big bright light. Dude, parking garages are banning Kia and Hyundai drivers. This. For safety purposes, the following vehicles are prohibited from parking at this facility. Is that real? JD, we're back. near electric cars. I don't know why it's not hitting these other news sources in 31 minutes since that's updated. This was pretty accurate, man. Not on there, it's probably not actually happening. Oh, I never heard of Frontline News, but this is taken from X, and it's constantly updating. Every 30 seconds I update it, but it's constantly updating itself. And they're not going to post anything on this that's not vetted. I don't trust this shit that's being posted on X, dude. Not if it hasn't been fact checked. They do the fact checking for me. Pretty sure if Israel was being like stormed right now or whatever, it would be on there. Because they want us to feel sorry for them as possible. The white and Tahoe OG and Girl Scout cookies. Oh, it's 3? How does it have 3 plants in its lineage? Netanyahu. Haley, how you been? Long time no see. It's been half a year. It's been a full year. I'm going in. Watch my back. How long's it been, Ellie? The important thing is I remember you. Guys, you made it out of that alive and you're able to walk again, hopefully. Yeah, both knees. What? Are you a power lifter or something? Were you in the army? Were you were you a paratrooper? Shalom alaikum. Shalom alaikum. Alaikum shalom. Thank you for your kind words, Ellie. Oh, fuck. You said? What's drinking on tonight? Canadian? Got the Ocho, Tequila Ocho Lata. This is bottle number 22,869. Apparently the bottles are numbered. I didn't realize that. Huh. Cool. The batch number isn't on here though. What's the point? What? What's the point? Oh, this is non-chill filtered tequila. First time I've ever seen that. But it doesn't have. Oh yeah, it does, because it says Año 2021 on it. It says the year that it was produced, so I guess that's batch number. Not really. Nope, still weird. Still weird that they don't put a batch number, but they put a bottle number. Goes iPad. Oh, dude, but I've seen Ellie before. There was another Ellie apparently. I've died, man, dude. Why didn't you just say so? Holy shit, man. Holy sheep shit. I've died, man. You know I'd have recognized that. I would have recognized that even stronger. You see, there's been an Ellie. I'm looking. Oh, there was an Ellie, but they had a last name. Really right. Oh, there was. Wait, not you. Oh, you're saying there's an Eli that's from here? Alright. Oh. Oh, but I've died up there. Nice 6 hours. I love you too, man. I'm glad you're doing better. Your knees are better. Oh, hopefully they're partly better. Also live on Twitch if you prefer it over there. I don't know what. And Rumble. And Twitter. And Trovo. Hi everybody everywhere else. Thank you. This name had to have been here before, dude, for you to get fresh fish that fast. Because you haven't been here for an hour right now, have you? Oh, it's you name your new cat Eli? Eli or Ellie? Eli. Oh, they were here last night. Is that when I saw it? Oh. Maybe. This reminds me of a song. For some reason, you brought this song to mind in my head with your comment, JD. I don't know why. The word is, I guess.
In my eyes, indisposed, in disguises no one knows. Hides the face, lies the snake in the sun. In my disgrace, boiling heat, summer stench. Neath the black, the sky looks dead. Call my name through the cream, and I'll hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come? Stuttering, cold and damp, steal the warm wind, tired friend. Times are gone for honest men. Sometimes far too long for snakes. In my shoes, walking sleep. In my youth, I pray to keep heaven send hell away. No one seems like you anymore. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you hang my head, drown my fear, till you all just disappear. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain.
YouTube didn't like that song. They dropped that flies now. They dropped that flies. Twitch get gang. Y'all actually were chilling. What's up with YouTube, man? What the fuck is their problem? They missed the sound of the drone or something? Yeah, man, I was listening to that.
I thought I was your snack pack.
They're up already. Already up, were they? I got like 3 hours till prayer. 4. Make that 4, sir. Till prayer. Really making this wait. Gotta wait so long in between Isha and Fajr. So long. 10 hours. 10-hour wait in between the last and the first. They get 10 whole hours, they don't have to pray. probably get involved. These countries know that this is their last chance before we get a new president, probably right wing, which isn't going to put up with this shit. What do you think? Maybe even an ex-military president. That'd be terrific. DeSantis. Could happen. What's it? Where am I going? Gotta come back. You're not gonna vote for DeSantis if he's the Republican. It is the kryptonite to these people. Coleslaw. I don't know, updating any news on this thing, man. I was bombarded from an hour ago. I guess that's just that same thing that's happening. bunch of ultra-right protesters are currently outside of the hospital in Tel Aviv because the hospital, they're rioting. They're rioting or they rioted, one of the two, because they were treating a militant. They wanted him to just die no matter what. I guess nobody ever said Judaism was a religion of forgiveness or anything, or love, right? It's not. That's interesting. That's interesting. They didn't want the hospital to treat him. Because here's the thing, man. Like, that could change that dude's mindset somehow if he got treated, if his life saved by Israelis. What if that, like, he's able to go and plant seeds to, like, try to get some kind of peace between them. Because, hey, man, they saved my life. They didn't have to. Right, the rest of the story. Well, the protests came on the heels of a letter circulated Wednesday by Israeli health minister that barred Israel's public hospitals from treating militants. Interesting. Apparently it happened, they were treating somebody before any of this happened. They're still mad about it.
This is Chicago's very own WGN News. Western Afghanistan has been rocked by another strong earthquake. Came just 4 days after a powerful quake killed more than 1,000 people in the same region. 6.3 magnitude earthquake hit this morning, flattened all 700 homes in one village where residents were sleeping outside in tents. At least one person has been killed, nearly 120 others injured. According to UNICEF, women and children make up more than 90% of the victims.
Bro, Muslim communities being hit hard lately. Damn. Are they being punished by God? They would, dude, if that were happening to us, they would say that we're being punished by God. 1,000,000%. We can't say about them though, because they're the minority. Could be. Well, I mean, the whole 9/11 thing didn't look too good. Maybe. That was our God. Our God finally, he was busy. The non-Muslim God was busy. He just got around to it. That was like a day to him 20 years ago. It was like, that 20 years was like a day.
What's your snack pack?
so dark. Oh, still saying. Yep, still looks the same. That's a lot of explosions. The one. Hey, cricket. It's quiet time. Go take a nap. We should anyway just restart this stream and start a new one. No. Let's do it, Sister T. I'm in a dilemma of whether or not to end it now or to roll it out until 7:55. Oh, so I'm gonna take a little break though. I'll be back in like 30 minutes. Like Shut my eyes for a second, take these headphones off. Back in a minute though. I have to be back soon because I have to end it by 11:55. 11 hours, 55 minutes. Thanks for being here, everybody. Hey guys, I'm gonna end this one. YouTube stream, start another one. Thanks for being here. Be on another one sometime. I'll leave all the other streams up. Shout out to Marsha, the new stuff.